Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening from wherever you come from. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Dr. Mohammed Zahir. I will be moderating this first session for this very interesting upcoming manuscript writing webinar series. And the second session will then be moderated by Dr. Rita Matos from Portugal. So with all protocols observed, I would like to get ourselves started. We have a line of very interesting talks arranged for you for today and tomorrow. But before everything else, I just want to really take this opportunity to welcome all the attendees and all participants from all parts of Africa and the rest of the world. This is the first ever initiative that's taken by the Africa Society of Human Genetics Young Investigators, as well as the European Society of Human Genetics Young Investigators, on arranging for a online manuscript writing webinar series. We decided to use today and tomorrow as the 2 days that would be needed for addressing some of the important topics that come around when a person is thinking about writing a manuscript. So for the first session for today, we have two very established and experienced facilitators, which I will introduce shortly. We have Professor Ada Hamosh and Professor Sonja Rasmussen. They will be talking about how to get really started when writing a manuscript. What are some of the things one needs to consider when looking at the ethics and plagiarism? How to make or choose a journal where you want to really submit your paper, and how to really structure your article. So this will be session one for today. We will then have a short break, and then after that we'll have Dr. Rita who will moderate, and we have Professor Collet Dandara and Professor Guida Landoure to take on how to write the tree of argument, how to think of a good title, how to write the abstract and acknowledgements, and what are some of the things to consider when submitting and reviewing this process. So this collaboration is really between the Africa Society Young Investigators. The names of the colleagues you can see on the slide. This is being led by the coordinator of the Africa Society and also the secretary of the Africa Society of Human Genetics, Dr. Vicky Nembaware. But we also have various other members that are part of this particular initiative from the Africa Society of Human Genetics. And from the European side, next slide, please, just so we can show, we have also the members from the European Society of Human Genetics Young, that's being spearheaded by Mridul Johari and the rest of the colleagues, and lots of consultant associate members are also part of the European Society of Human Genetics. So quickly introducing our speakers for today. So we have Professor Ada Hamosh. She is a professor of pediatric genetics and the clinical director of the Makusik Nathan's Department of Genetic Medicine at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, and the scientific director of Online Mendelian Genetics in MAN, or MIM, as many of you perhaps know. Dr. Hamosh received her BA in biology from Wesleyan University, Georgetown, and MD from Georgetown University, and MPH from Johns Hopkins School of Hygiene and Public Health. She completed a pediatrics residency and clinical and biochemical genetics fellowship at Johns Hopkins Hospital. She has authored over 130 papers and serves on several international committees representing genome-phenome relationships, as well as phenotype ontologies, including the International Rare Disease Research Consortium, the Human Variome Project, the ClinGen Project, the Global Alliance for Genomics Health, and the Human Genome Organization, famously known as HUGO. She also will serve a 2-year term as president of HUGO beginning in spring of 2023. Our second speaker or facilitator for today's session one is also Professor Sonja Rasmussen. She is a medical doctor and a professor in the Department of Genetic Medicine at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. She joined Johns Hopkins after 4 years at the University of Florida, in the College of Medicine and College of Public Health. and health professions, where she served as a professor in the departments of pediatrics, epidemiology, and obstetrics and gynecology, and as the director of the University of Florida's Precision Health Program. Before joining University of Florida in 2018, she served for 20 years at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, where she held several scientific leadership roles. She served in leadership, she served in the CDC responses to public health emergencies, including 2009 H1N1 influenza and various other diseases. She has authored over 280 publications and is the lead editor of the CDC Field Epidemiology Manual, which has been released by the Oxford University Press in 2019. Her research interests focus on understanding the effects of infections and medications during pregnancy, genetic and environmental risk factors for birth defects, and morbidity and mortality associated with genetic conditions. So without any further delay, I want to really welcome our first speaker for today. How we will go about is we will have 25 minutes for each session. So Prof. Ada Hamosh will start with talking about how to get started for 25 minutes. We will then have 5 minutes for Q&A. In between, if you have any questions, please feel free to write them on the chat box so that they can be easily addressed when the Q&A session opens. And that's the outline of how we will be following it today. So thank you so much. And I now welcome Prof. Ada Hamosh to start with her first talk. Very much welcome, Prof.
Thank you. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and
Perfect.
clear.
Okay, just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay, so while this is supposed to be getting started on writing a paper, I just want you to know that this presentation is how not to give a lecture, because it's really all words, but I had a lot of words to say and not a lot of time. So don't give lectures like this, okay? And please, if something I'm saying doesn't make sense, interrupt, because it sort of builds. So getting started. This is an outline of what I will be covering in this presentation. It's actually a pretty broad outline. And the good news about the next couple of days is there'll be, I'm sure, some repetition. So if something's missed the first go around, you'll hear it on the second. The first thing you need to do is discuss authorship. We'll discuss formats of different papers, what goes in supplemental material, and then other considerations. Who do you intend for your audience to be? What do you have to say that's new? How to pick a journal, which you're going to have a whole lecture on, but that's critically important, and then additional considerations. Okay, so sorry, just get it to advance. So you want to discuss the authorship of a paper, actually ideally before a project begins, but some projects go over many years, and there are different, maybe graduate students or postdocs that are participating in the writing of the paper. It depends on the kind of paper. So the person you need to discuss it with is your lab or project director, about who is writing, are there multiple co-first authors for this paper? How will the writing be divided if it is divided? Once it's written, who reads it in what order? How, are you sharing it amongst yourselves first and giving it back? Is the PI, the person, the project leader, the person who is going to coordinate everything? Who is going to be the corresponding author? All of those things are things you want to discuss before you sit down to start writing. You want to know what kind of paper you're writing, because the format of the paper dictates everything about how the paper is structured, what you have to say, how you want to say it, etc. So there are case reports, brief reports, and I'm going to go over each of these in a moment, original research articles, commentaries, and reviews. Okay. So a case report is usually 1 or 2 cases of a very rare condition where you're adding some more knowledge to the literature about the existence of this condition and what patients with it look like, individuals with it look like. Or it might be a more common condition that presents with an unusual complication, something not seen before, not recognized. And again, it's usually 1 or 2, not many. If you're talking about many, then you're talking about a case series. So a case series is usually what you do is you try to do a case series and a review of the literature. And that's especially useful to the readership, to the scientific community. If there are a number of individual case reports that have not been assembled, then pulling them all together from the literature, is, in addition to the 1 or more cases that you're describing, allows everyone to get an overview of what is that condition, what are the phenotypic manifestations. If you've followed people over some time, what's the progression of the illness, So that's very useful. Also, if let's say, usually for a rare disease, for a new gene phenotype relationship, the first paper describes a few people, maybe 3, maybe 10, maybe even 20, but you have a glimpse and they're collected from different cohorts and different places. When you have the second paper, which is often, depending on the rarity of the disease, maybe 50 people, you get a much broader understanding of genotype-phenotype correlations, which is very useful. So it allows for synthesis as opposed to a case report where you're just reporting what you've seen. An original research article is a big deal, okay? It is a big paper. It has structured content that generally it follows what I'm about to tell you, but you have to read the instructions to authors of the journal because journals have different ways that they do things. So the take-home message that I'm going to say probably 3 times in this lecture is do not begin to write an article of any kind of paper until you have picked the journal and follow their guidelines, or you're going to suffer. And suffering is not good. So read. Okay. So it usually includes an abstract, which is sometimes called a summary. It usually includes an introduction. It has materials and methods that may be right after the introduction, and it may be at the very end of the whole article. And sometimes it's even in the supplemental material. It has a results section that is usually robust, and I'll tell you more about that in a little bit. It has a discussion. It sometimes has a specific paragraph for conclusions. Sometimes the conclusions are included within the discussion. And then it has references. Reference formats also vary greatly. Then the number and figures and tables is dictated by the journal. The number of words in the article is dictated by the journal. Again, you got to read these guidelines. The exact format is dictated by the journal. Okay. An original research article for almost any journal in which you're going to publish it assumes you have done the work to comprehensively answer a question. There are usually more published figures and tables than allowed in a brief report, and it may include subsections in results, and often does, and they often have titles, and we'll talk about that in a later lecture this morning. Afternoon, sorry, wherever you might be, time zone, later. A brief report usually describes a focused study with a novel conclusion of high impact. It is original research, but less content than for original research paper. It sometimes has an abstract, but usually doesn't have further subsections. So it's just it's a brief report, but you still follow the same basic outline of what we just talked about a moment ago. They're usually very limited figures and tables, 2 or 3, as opposed to 3 and 5 or something like that in a larger paper. There are fewer words and fewer references that are allowed. Again, you have to read the journal instructions. A brief report is not the minimal publishable segment of a larger story. It is a story unto itself, but it is a smaller story, so it merits a brief report. Is somebody monitoring the chat in case any of those questions are questions I should answer?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, great, thanks. So a commentary is usually invited by the journal. You may be asked by your director to draft a commentary which they've been asked to write. This is an honor. Say yes. Okay, somebody asks you to write something and you're a young investigator. The answer to that question is yes, please. It may be an editorial comment. There's a lot of raised hands, so we should look at them. Maybe an editorial comment to an important paper. It may be a comment on a controversial subject. Sometimes it's set up as a counterpoint. So there's an argument in the field about something, and usually your professor is asked to write something, and they may give you the honor of writing the first draft. Should I see who the questions are or continue? A review is usually invited. Again, you may be asked by your director to draft a review, which they've been asked to write. Again, it's an honor. Again, you say yes. This is an excellent opportunity to get a good handle on the literature in a particular subject area. It may be the first chapter of your thesis or the background to your next grant. Since you have to read these articles anyway, you might as well get a publication out of it. And it really is a good synthetic process. Reviews have usually many more words, more figures and tables. You have an opportunity to make pathway figures for future talks, papers, and grants. And they usually allow many more references because it's a review. So it's a comprehensive overview of a particular field. Okay, I want to say a few words about supplemental materials because I don't think there's any other place that we're talking about them specifically. Please don't throw the kitchen sink into supplemental materials. Supplemental materials are important background information, additional studies that you could not include in the paper with some figures that might explain other aspects that you only refer to in the paper. They may have different modes. It may be a video that you couldn't include in a paper, etc. Please make sure that the quality of the information you put in the supplemental material is exactly the same as what you would have put in the paper. Okay, it should be excellent. It should not be sloppy. It should not be thrown in. Please make sure that the information in the supplemental material and everything in your paper, including in figures, in tables, and in your writing, is concordant. Patient one should be patient one all the way through. If there's an RS number, please quadruple check it and then have somebody else check that it's the same RS number referring to the same variant everywhere in that paper. As a person who has to read papers and put them into OMIM, I can tell you that there are many, many, many errors and that most journals no longer have editors who triple check that. So it is your responsibility as the author to get that right. Because when that's wrong, first of all, we don't know what you really mean. And second of all, if you're that sloppy on your RS number, you might be sloppy on your science. So it's really, even though it's painful, you must get this right. It is, when you are doing a case series or even a case report, it is very useful to have a brief scenario for each patient if they've only been represented in a cross-sectional table. So you get some idea of the flavor of their life and their illness and how it progressed. If you're presenting new data in supplemental material, you need additional material and methods in the supplemental material so that experiments can be replicated. Next question is, who's your audience? Is this a paper that's going to a broad general audience? Then you need a broad general journal, and you need to give a little bit more background in your introduction before you launch, because people may not know the details of the field the way that you do. If it's a very focused journal in a narrow field, then it's a very brief introduction and you just go right to it. Is it something in between? Answers to these questions dictate both the journal you'll pick and the length and focus of your introduction. Okay. What do you have to say that's novel? This dictates the kind of paper you're writing, the title of the paper, and the emphasis of the discussion and the conclusion. How novel and how significant dictates how many journals you're going to have to submit it to, which journal, and how many journals you're going to have to submit it to, because it's going to be rejected. The original finding that Helicobacter was the main cause of stomach ulcers, I think, made the round of over 100 journals and took 5 years to publish, because who would have believed it? However, of course, we now all know it's true. And that's true of lots of groundbreaking science. How to pick the journal. Know that it may need to be rewritten for another journal if it's rejected. Follow the journal's instructions precisely. Editors get annoyed if you haven't, and reviewers get annoyed if you haven't. Always use the correct HGVS nomenclature to describe a variant the first time it appears in the text of a journal. You can use a shorthand after that because you're not going to write all that out, but you have to make sure that anyone who's looking can go find exactly which variant you mean in 6 billion. Additional considerations. If English is not your native language, consider hiring a professional translator. I know that's expensive, but it may be worthwhile because you want to make sure that what you have to say is actually what you're saying. Ensure that data and labels are concordant and that all information in the tables, figures, text, and supplemental material all match. Have someone not familiar with the work check that labels are concordant. I really believe in this. I've now said it 10 times, I think. Make sure that someone is carefully editing the paper for writing style, typos, etc., even if English is your native language. Final suggestions. It takes time to write. You must plan it, put it in your calendar, and set aside enough time to think about what you're going to write. Do not be discouraged by rejection. It's part of the process. Take the comments and suggestions of the reviewers and rewrite and submit to another journal. It's okay. It'll get published. Everything does. But pick a legitimate journal, and you'll hear more about that in a minute from Dr. Rasmussen. So I actually talked very quickly, caught us up, and I have time for questions. I can stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Profada. That was wonderful. Let's start with the question that's online. Where do short communications fit? In this categorization, and what makes them different?
That's a great question. So a short communication is something between, some journals call a brief report a short communication. For some journals, a short communication is something between a letter to the editor and a brief report. It's kind of an in-between. And Sonja, if you have a better definition for that, please chime in. It depends on the journal. Sometimes it's the same as a brief report. Sometimes it's even a little bit shorter, so that it won't be an abstract. It'll just be a few paragraphs of whatever it is you want to communicate.
Awesome. So I do see more questions that kind of go in the same direction. So I'm going to combine these two questions and ask, what is the difference between a commentary, a case report, and a brief report?
Oh, they're very different. Okay. So a case report is a report about a case. It's about a patient that either has an unusual presentation of something or something you've never seen before. You're describing something you think is new, or some combination of things that hasn't been. It's a description of a patient and their story. The other one was a commentary, and the third was brief report. Is that right?
Brief
so
report,
a commentary is usually, so a short communication is the briefest of brief reports. A commentary is usually something that a journal says, okay, either there's a big original. So for instance, in Nature and Science, they'll have a big original article that really shifts our understanding of a field. It's really important new information. They will often ask another expert in the field to comment on that paper. It's some places call it a commentary, some places call it an editorial, but it's usually invited to, and it's usually a very senior person who's asked. So a junior person is not going to be asked to write a commentary, but your PI may say, hey, I have to write this. Why don't you take a draft? That's, again, an honor. They're asking you to think about this and to write it, and also to help them, of course. But so it's usually a comment on another piece or a comment on a hot topic, a problem in the field. A brief report is, again, it depends on the journal. Okay, so in a place like Nature or Science, a brief report is often, in any other journal, would be original research, huge paper, but you want a higher impact journal, so you condense it into a brief report and have 25 pages of supplemental or 45 pages of supplemental material. I don't really believe in it, but that's what lots of people do. Sometimes it's just, for instance, for New England Journal, it might be, they don't have case reports that are case reports, but sometimes a case report will be a brief report in the New England Journal. So those are, again, it depends very much on the journal. And as you're reading articles in your life, for your work, you should be paying attention to, what sort of information is in this? What kind of journal is this? What, and because they're different. And they also change over time, by the way. Like sometimes they're very good journals who then are not such good journals, or journals that weren't so good that over time really improve both the quality of the paper and the way they write. What I would say, as a person who's been doing this for entirely too long, is that it used to be that journals hired an army of editors, okay? And those editors read your paper very carefully to check the concordance, to make sure that your references are correct, to all of it. Nobody does that anymore. However, it's essential for the progress of science. So we, as the writers of papers, now have to do that. And some reviewers have OCD and are going to do that for you. Sonja and I probably will, because we can't stand it when it's wrong. But other reviewers are just taking a look. Oh yeah, it's fine. I think it's okay. Maybe change this, add that, we're done. They're not going to do that fine-toothing. But if it's not right, if those details aren't right, no one knows what you're talking about. Okay. And it's the same thing about your English, whether English is your first language or whether you just don't write well in English and it is your first language. If you're not clear about your saying, there are sometimes papers where you're not sure what direction the conclusion is because of the way it was written. You can't quite determine what somebody means. So these are really important topics.
Right. So two quick questions to you, and I see some other questions about the impact factor in the journal selection. I'll leave them on for Prof. Sonja to answer, because I know she's talking about it.
Yeah.
But so throwing one more thing to the mix is, what is the letter to the editor? And what is your advice? Whether should you start writing a paper before targeting a journal, or do you want to write for a particular journal style? What should come first?
Okay, so you should outline your paper before you've picked a journal. You should be writing your materials and methods as you're doing the experiments. Okay, you want to know exactly which reagents you used, or what, what cohort sample, or whatever it is that you're doing. You want to keep, I mean, obviously this is in your lab notebook, but if you know you're writing this as a paper, go ahead and be writing those materials and methods parts as you're doing them, regardless of the journal. An outline for how you think you're going to write the paper in terms of what are the experiments I'm pulling together to put in this paper, that you should be doing before you picked a journal. That is, personally, that's as far as I would go with writing the paper until I pick the journal, because there's such differences from journal to journal. The only thing I would say you could do as you go along is, if you're presenting pieces of your story at different, maybe at poster sessions, you've got to, you're doing your PhD, it's going to take a while, and you're presenting pieces of your story. At that point, you might be creating the tables or some figures that you will be using in your paper. But again, the writing, like how you want to structure all that, really, I usually wait till I have a journal in mind. And again, knowing I may have to rewrite or cut lots or add more depending on the journal that I choose.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Prof. Ada, but don't go away.
I'm right here.
You're right. You should be right there. You have your last talk on structuring the article.
Absolutely.
But before that, I want to welcome Prof. Sonja, who's going to give us a talk on ethics and plagiarism, followed by a talk on choosing a journal. So a lot of those questions that you have in the chat box will be answered very shortly. Prof. Sonja, the floor is yours. You are muted, Prof. Yeah. All right.
I think I'm unmuted now. Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great, great. So I'm going to first talk about ethical writing and plagiarism. And this is really important stuff, because there's no quicker way to ruin your budding career than to be found to be doing something unethical. So this is really important. And so I think most of the time when people do something unethical, they weren't really thinking it was unethical. I think most of the time it wasn't really thinking it all the way through, or it was kind of writing something that you've written down verbatim from another paper. You just can't do that. You've got to be really careful. And so sometimes if I'm writing notes, I will write something down directly from a paper, but I keep it in quotation marks so that when I go back to my notes, I can see it there. This is really important. So just from the start, I want to say that I got most of this information. This is really an excellent website on ethics in research. It's from the Office of Research Integrity in the United States, Avoiding Plagiarism, Self-Plagiarism, and Other Questionable Writing Practices, a Guide to Ethical Writing. And I think this is really helpful. I'm going to talk beyond this, though, talk about authorship, talk about some of the other issues that are also considered part of ethics in writing papers. So ethical writing goes beyond plagiarism. So this is a quote: ethical writing is clear, accurate, fair, and honest. So that means that, you might want to make a single point, but if your data actually say something else, you don't leave those data out. You still show them and you say, well, this makes me question what my initial hypothesis was. And it represents a commitment to ethics and other aspects of the author's work. And I think as you heard Professor Hamosh say, if you're sloppy in your writing, it makes me think you might have been sloppy in your science. Same thing with if you're unethical in your writing, if you plagiarize someone else's words, it makes me think you may have been unethical in other areas. So this is really important. So plagiarism is taking over the ideas, methods, or written words of another. Of course, we all oftentimes will use methods from someone else, but you need to acknowledge them. So it's without acknowledgement and with the intention that they be taken as the work of the deceiver. So this is a quote from 1989, and it's one of the three major types. Plagiarism is one of the three major types of scientific misconduct. The others are falsification of data and fabrication or making data up. So this is not the way you want to get into the journal science. You see this guy, you know, I'm sure he had a very promising career, but he was found to have plagiarized a lot of his thesis, his graduate level thesis. And now here he is in Science magazine with an allegation about him being a plagiarist. So here are some of the consequences. You know, somebody had to resign from a board, has to resign their position, resigns from a prestigious clinic, forced to resign. So you can see people who have very promising careers end up losing those promising careers because of plagiarism. So plagiarism of ideas is one thing. So, you know, if you got an idea from someone else's paper, cite that paper. That's really important. Same thing with plagiarism of text. If you use verbatim text from another source, place that in quotations and provide a citation to the source. And my rule, this is what I tell students when I work with them, is if you're going to take more than 3 words, I mean, there's some things, there's the only one way to say it. But if you take more than 3 words in a row, put them in quotation marks. Most often, your supervisor can help you figure out different words to say it, or you'll leave those quotation marks in there. I don't usually leave very many quotation marks in my papers because usually I'm able to rewrite it in my own words. But I know as a student, sometimes that's difficult. So in the meantime, leave it in quotation marks so people know that it's verbatim text so you don't get accused of plagiarism. There's also times where people are doing inappropriate paraphrasing. So they basically use the same sentence structure, same wording, but they go online and they find ways to change a couple of the words by looking up with a thesaurus or something. That is also against the rules. It's a little bit harder to catch, but it's also seen as plagiarism. So this is something that I think is really a challenge. Self-plagiarism is a thing, and you think, well, I wrote it in the first place, and but this is also seen as something that you should not do. It's seen as unethical. So this is, for example, if a previous paper is published again in another journal, that is really not allowed. Sending your journal to your paper to more than one journal at the same time, you might say, well, it takes so long. I'm just going to send my paper to a couple of journals and see which one likes it best. That is totally against the rules. You send it one at a time, and when you submit a paper, you have to say, this is the only place that this paper is being considered right now. And this is sometimes really challenging. For example, I worked on something called the National Birth Defects Prevention Study for about 15 years. We wrote the same methods section. Each time we'd try to figure out another way to write that same method section because it was the same methods for all those papers. Now, the definition of the particular birth defect we might have been writing about was different. But we really did have to, each time, I'd try to not compare to the previous version. I'd try to start over, and so I could write it again. So it did sound different. I wasn't just cutting and pasting from another version. There are some free plagiarism checkers that are available on the internet, and most good journals will use a plagiarism checker at some point in the process. And it's not a good thing if you're getting a note from the editor saying, well, looks like you plagiarized a pretty significant section of your paper from someone else's or from a previous paper that you wrote. So these days with some of the computer systems that are available, it's likely you'll get caught. Maybe not 20 years ago, but now it's a lot harder to get by with plagiarizing than it was in the past. So I just want to talk about some of the other things that are seen as unethical. And sometimes these are hard to make a decision of when this is unethical and when this is just trying to break things up into separate publications. But one of them is what people have called in the past salami publication, like where you're cutting up salami, or you're the least publishable unit. And this is something that that is sometimes a hard decision. You have a big study, for example, as Dr. Hamosh mentioned, you're doing your PhD and you have 10 different studies in there. Do you publish them as 10 different studies? Do you publish them as, you know, these 3 together and these 3 together? You really need to think that through and talk with your supervisor about that. You don't want to be just publishing some little tiny paper. And what you'll find out, it's not all about the number of papers that you have. It also is about the impact of those papers. And this is something we'll talk about when we talk about choosing your journal. It's important later on when you're being looked at for promotion or tenure, if you're in an academic institution or any kind of job, people will want to know what has been the impact of your paper. Did a lot of people cite that paper, or did it get published in a journal and nothing ever happened with that paper again? That's what you're trying to avoid. And if you're having these little tiny pieces of papers that don't really make sense, that really would be better as a bigger paper, it's not going to get cited as much. So if you decide to break a single study into 2 publications, make sure that the editor of the journal is made aware in the cover letter. That's really an important thing. And usually they want to see it. Usually they want to see both papers so that they can see what the other thing is that you're considering is close, but not quite, but you feel is separate. Another really important thing is human subjects protection. And in the United States, there's something called the Common Rule. Any papers that are published, and this has been taken on by the International Committee on Medical Journal Editors. So if you're in one of the higher level journals, they're going to ask you, did you go through an IRB, an institutional review board? Did you get human subjects protection? So this makes sure that the risks to subjects are minimized, the risks are reasonable, that you found a way to fairly select subjects, that you ask people, are you willing to be part of this experiment, that you're documenting that, and that you have a research plan that monitors the data collected to ensure subject safety. So as I said, this International Council of Medical Journal Editors, they have a statement that says that human subjects protection is critical, and that all authors should seek approval to conduct research from an independent local, regional, or national review body, an ethics committee, or institutional review board. So it's really important to do that, and then to state it in your paper. You say that this was approved by Johns Hopkins Institutional Review Board, this was reviewed by whatever ethics committee that you're working with. Another issue that comes up often when you're writing papers and is authorship. And there are set authorship criteria. This is again from the International Group for Medical Journal Editors, and they have 4 criteria. You have to have had some sort of contribution to the idea or the design of the work, or you worked on the acquisition, analysis, or interpretation of data, and you worked at drafting the work or reviewing it critically, and you approve the final version of the paper to be published. And finally, everybody who's an author has to agree to be accountable for all aspects of the work. So if you're asked to be an author in something that you weren't involved in all these parts, or you don't feel like you can stand up for the paper afterwards, you don't think you can be accountable, you should turn that authorship offer down. So include all who meet those authorship criteria. So it's really important. One of the biggest ways you can really get yourself in trouble is by not including key people that worked on your paper. And the other thing is to not include those who don't meet criteria. Now, obviously, this is something, and as Professor Hamosh said, this is something that should be discussed pretty early on. And sometimes you'll add authors, you'll say, oh, somebody else in the lab really helped me with this section, and I couldn't have done it without them. And they really, they were involved in all these parts here, and they can now be accountable for the work. Sometimes you'll add somebody on, but it's a good thing to talk about this authorship right away and think about who meets criteria and who doesn't. So this is again from the Office of Research Integrity. Avoid honorary or courtesy authorship. Now, if someone really had the idea for the study and wrote the grant for the study and is your supervisor, that is not honorary or courtesy authorship. But if it's somebody that's the chair of the department and you always add the chair of the department, that is seen as honorary or courtesy authorship, and is someone who really can't stand behind your work because they haven't been enough involved. The other thing that is unethical is ghost authorship. And this happens oftentimes with companies, sometimes companies, because they want the paper to come from you because you have a more clean reputation than what they have as working for a pharmaceutical company. For example, they have a writer there that says, hey, I'll write this paper up for you, but I'd like you to be the author of it. That is unethical. If someone has written the paper and made significant contributions, they need to be listed as an author. So there are a lot of people that will help with your paper, but don't meet authorship criteria. What do you do with them? You should acknowledge them. There's typically an acknowledgements section in your paper, and there are people who really contributed but didn't meet author criteria. But one of the things I will give you advice on is I would get written permission, ask people in an email to say that you are going to acknowledge them and they agree to that. And the reason why I say this is sometimes I've been asked to review a paper and then I see that I've been acknowledged there. That's unethical. By being acknowledged, I feel like they're putting my name out there that I endorsed that paper. And as a reviewer, that meant that I didn't give them a very good review because I was very upset that they had used my name without even asking me. So it's really, some journals will require this. I'll actually ask to see the names of the acknowledgements and that they have agreed to be acknowledged. But even if they don't, I recommend that you ask people before you do it, because sometimes people ask me and I say, oh, you don't need to acknowledge me. I'd rather not be acknowledged. So I think that's something that really takes permission. Just don't add somebody's name on. So as we discussed discuss authorship early in your project. And sole authorship, sometimes you think, well, I wrote this whole darn thing, I should be the sole author. Sole authorship these days is pretty rare. I think of my almost 300 papers, I've only had one that was a sole authorship, and that was because it was a talk that I was asked to turn into a paper. And so I think so much these days you're going to be working with others. Team science is so important. I think it's not going to be very often that you'll be the only author. One of the things that's coming up recently with ChatGPT and all these artificial intelligence technologies is, what about people writing using this? And if you use it, you need to acknowledge what you've used. Sometimes you can read things and you think, gosh, this sounds like ChatGPT. It doesn't sound like a real person wrote it. But it's important that if you used it, you need to say that you used it and where you used it. Another thing that's really important in writing is citations. So sometimes I'll look at a paper and they'll be citing some paper and I'll say, I don't know what that paper says. Why did they cite that there? And some of it's connecting the wrong number to the citation, so it's just sloppy. Sometimes it's that people didn't ever actually read the paper. They read the abstract, but they didn't read the paper, or they might have seen it in another paper and they said, well, that must be what that paper means. You need to actually have read the paper that you cite and make sure it says what you're citing it about. So, and when I see inaccurate citations, as you heard before, if I see someone being sloppy about their writing, I assume they were sloppy about their science. That might not be a fair assumption, but that's the way a lot of reviewers and a lot of editors are. So use the references that you need, but not those that you don't need. So don't just add a bunch of references in, just add the ones that you need that to cite what you're saying. And some people will cite their own papers a lot. They're trying to get their numbers of citations up because having your paper cited is prestigious, but don't do that. Cite the paper if it's important. Cite your previous paper if it's important to for the background of your paper, but otherwise be careful about citing too much because your own paper is too much. And sometimes also journals will ask you to cite articles from their journal to increase the journal's impact factor, and you need to think carefully about that. I mean, if it is a really important paper and the editor's asking you to cite it, of course you're going to cite it. but you don't want to just be citing something just to increase the journal's impact factor. So another thing is incomplete methodology or results. So sometimes people will say, I don't want people to know the secret sauce that I used to get this experiment to work. No, part of science is you're saying, I got this experiment to work and I want you to be able to replicate it. That's what science is all about, is someone else being able to replicate what we did and show that what we did is real. So the methods need to, and we have a whole talk later on about this, but the methods should include sufficient information so another group can replicate your study. So don't leave something out. And then choosing to include some results but not others is deceptive and thus unethical. And for example, there's an example in the United States here where someone examined all the negative effects of the COVID-19 vaccine. They actually looked at the positive effects too, but they left those out of the paper because they were trying to talk people out of getting the vaccine. That is seen as very unethical. If you are looking at the effects of the vaccine or of a medication and you see goods and bads, you need to report both and what the rate is of those both things. So figures, first of all, it's a violation of copyright law to use a figure from one publication to another. Even if you made the figure, sometimes I'll say, well, but I made that figure in the first place. I should be able to use it in this next paper. You can't, not without permission. You can change it. You can do a new figure in PowerPoint and show basically the same thing, or you can get permission from the first journal in writing, because otherwise you're violating copyright law. So this is even if you made the figure. And then this is a big thing, and this is becoming a much more of an issue in recent times, is that people are getting caught altering their figures. They will, whether they just couldn't get the figure to look pretty, or if it's really because they're trying to falsify their data. There are people now that are becoming experts at catching you if you have altered your scientific figure, so don't do that. And I do want to say that sometimes some of the coolest things are from a figure that maybe, you know, when I first started in molecular genetics, I was asked to help finish up a paper, and I was asked to get a figure, and we just couldn't get the figure right. And I kept repeating this experiment again and again and again. And eventually we found out it was because the patient was mosaic, which had never been reported before in that condition. It was in neurofibromatosis. So it ended up being a whole new paper, much more important paper than what we were initially planning on writing, because we didn't try to alter the paper to make it look perfect. We said, this is not perfect for a reason, and we need to figure out what that reason is. So conflicts of interest. This is really important too, that you need to say, if you say, for example, you own stock. I can't even imagine owning stock when I was at beginning level. And I still don't own any stock because I don't want any conflicts of interest. You know, I don't own any that are named. You have to include actual and potential conflicts of interest. So even if it would just look bad, you say, well, it wasn't really unethical, but if it's going to look bad, you don't want to have any conflicts like that. It's not only you, but it also could include your family members. So if you bought stock for your children in a pharmaceutical company and you're writing about that drug, that is still seen as unethical. Transparency is key. You need to let people know if you have a conflict of interest. And I just want to go through a paper that I think has several of these issues. This is the paper by Andrew Wakefield that you may have heard of before. It linked the MMR vaccine, the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, to autism, or pervasive developmental disorder. And it ended up getting a lot of play and actually talking a lot of families into not having their children vaccinated. And some of those children have died because of that, of measles. Here you can see the paper has been retracted by the Lancet, where it was initially published. And here is what they said in their retraction. They said the claims in the original paper that children were consecutively referred, that's what he had said, as they were consecutively referred, turned out instead they were kind of cherry picked. And the investigations were approved by the local ethics committee. It was never approved by an ethics committee. have proven to be false. Therefore, we fully retract this paper. But there were really a lot of issues with this paper, and not only did Wakefield's paper get retracted, but he's also lost his medical license to practice medicine. So he falsified data, he changed, misreported, misrepresented diagnoses, histories, and descriptions, and his study sample was selectively recruited, not consecutively chosen as he had reported. So this is from the National Academy. Here he failed to say that he had money. He had a contract with a lawyer to sue MMR vaccine companies, but he didn't say anything about that. He had also applied for a patent on his own measles vaccine. So he had conflicts of interest. He had a reason to do this that he could financially benefit. And he violated Human Subjects Committee. He did invasive tests on kids that were against their best interest. He wasn't qualified to do those tests. He didn't have the necessary ethics approval. And then he had unethical practices to obtain blood samples, like he paid kids at his son's birthday party, which seems really. So I'm going to finish up and answer questions. There are many issues involved in ethical writing. It's not just plagiarism, but plagiarism is really important. These include human subjects protection, authorship, data segmentation, transparency on conflicts of interest, etc. So be sure to consider these issues as you write your papers, and because failure to do so can put your future career at risk. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any at this point.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sonja. That was very, very insightful. I have quite a number of questions for you on the chat box. So what I'm going to do is going to clump a couple of them that I think are probably asking around the same topic. And we just save time on that issue. The first one is that when you are writing more than one manuscript based on the same study, can you mention that the methods can be found, say, in Article X? As you know, for example, the first paper can be published and you want to send in a manuscript on a different aspect of the study. At the same time, when is it appropriate to refer to your own sort of previous paper rather than rewriting for sections like methods? And in the same category, does self-citation come under plagiarism?
Self-citation is okay. You just don't want to overdo it. And sometimes I'll look at people's papers and I think they're just citing their papers trying to get their numbers up. But if you need to be able to give some background and it's in a paper written by you, by all means, you need to cite it. Now, with regard to your methods, you can make your methods more brief, but just think when you're reading a paper, you don't want to always have to be going back and forth to another paper. So include enough methods there that people know what you did. You don't have to include every line, if you've done it in a previous paper, it's okay to refer to that previous paper, or it's okay to refer to a protocol that's online, or it's okay to refer to someone else's paper, but include enough so that people know what you did. So for example, that National Birth Defects Prevention Study, I would give the basics of the study, and then I would say, the way the cases are classified for the study was published in this paper, and I'd cite that paper. Or the way that we collected biologic specimens, we were collecting buccal samples, I would go back and cite that paper. We also had a methods paper for the whole paper to talk about how we selected controls. We mentioned some of that in the paper, but in every paper along the way, but we would send people back to the original methods paper that went into a lot of detail. I hope that helps.
Absolutely. Just sort of to go on to the next question. So people are asking if, sometimes we have plagiarism checkers or softwares that can check on plagiarism. And many words like the word actually the or the as plagiarized words, especially when they're followed by verbs. So, how can we avoid such a trap? And is there any specific number or similar words that should not be exceeded when writing?
Yeah, different. You're right. Some of the plagiarism checkers pick just single words. Most of them pick clumps of words together, and it really needs to be taken in the context of the paper. And so, for example, I was an associate editor for a journal, and the plagiarism checker occasionally would give a certain percentage. We had a percentage, I can't remember what that percentage was, but if it was over that certain percentage, then we tried to look at what it was, where the plagiarism checker would say where it came from. We were able to go back. Most of the time it was self-plagiarism. And what we would do is, if it was self-plagiarism, we'd say, hey, can you rewrite your method section so that it isn't quite as similar as it comes up on the plagiarism checker. So I don't know, Ada, do you know if there's a particular percentage you've read any place? I haven't seen that, but I know that the journal we had a level that we said, if it's over this, we want to see where you got it from. So.
Yeah, I have not seen a percentage. I mean, the 3-word rule that you cited is actually a really good way to think about it. You know, I mean, I remember my first abstract is cystic fibrosis is and that's all I got to keep in my first abstract, because my supervisor changed every word 28 times and it was an abstract, you know. So, you know, humbleness is helpful. But I don't know that there's an actual number. The other thing is there's a bunch of questions in here that talk about, is it okay if you cite something, you're not plagiarizing, right? So if you have a figure that you've taken from another article, you have to say, this figure is taken from this article, and then you may need to get copyright permission to use it if you're reusing exactly the same figure. Now, if you take a figure and you modify it, you say modified from blah, but you have to say where it comes from if it's not originally yours.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Sonja, and chipping in, Prof. Ada, very, very nice. We quickly gonna, because of time, please keep the questions coming in. The panelists will answer them online as the questions go about, but we need to stick to time. And Prof. Sonja will continue with the next talk, which is very, very interesting, how to choose a journal. So back to you, Prof. Sonja, on how to choose a journal.
Great. Can you see those slides, choosing a journal?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this, I saw that there have already been a lot of questions about this, so I'm glad that it's the topic that you're interested in. And this is the hard thing, you know, there isn't ever any absolute right or wrong of which journal to pick, other than that you want to avoid predatory journals. So I'm going to talk a lot about that at the end, because I think when you're a new author, you get an email in the mail and they say, publish your paper and we can publish it quickly. And you say, what a great deal. You know, you don't want to be adding money to the coffers of these predatory journals. So So I'm going to talk a lot about that at the end. But so these are some of the major issues that I think about when I'm selecting a journal. Is the article within the journal scope? So you know, sometimes you can go for a higher, more general paper, but it's going to have to be pretty sexy, pretty hot if you're going to get in one of those higher level journals. What is the journal's impact? And I've seen a lot of the questions about that. That's really who's going to cite it. And as I mentioned before, you know, when early on, you just want to get papers out there. But later on, you want to see, are people citing my papers? Do people agree with what I said? You know, it's not only citing them, because that Andrew Wakefield paper has been cited a lot, although most of the time people were saying this is an awful, it's an unethical paper. But you want to be cited, and you want people to say, this is such important work that I want it cited. But if it's in a really bad journal, people might miss it. So you want it in a journal where people are going to read it and cite it. As I mentioned, this journal's reputation is really important. And I think something that I have seen some of my younger colleagues fall for, publishing in some of these journals, and they oftentimes are quite expensive. They aren't getting the peer review that they need to get. And then they're associated with this bad journal for the rest of their careers. You also want to consider how much will it cost to publish my paper. Is your grant, are you part of a group that has a grant that has publication costs in it? This is something that you shouldn't be paying for out of your own pocket. And there are a lot of journals out there that you can publish without having to pay. And then what's the time between submission and publication? I always consider that, because if I've written a paper, I want it out there. I don't want it sitting in somebody's desk or waiting to go out for peer review. I want it to get published. So I consider that. And there are some journals in the field that I work in maternal child health, that the paper is from the time that you submit to the time that you get it back. It can be up to a year, and that's just too long for me. I want it out there, and so people can cite it. So first, is your article within the journal scope? So there are general interest journals. They get cited a lot, but they are really on topics that everybody is interested in. And so you'll notice that the papers that I write in, I'm do a lot of epidemiology and public health. So a lot of the examples I'll give you there, but you can see the specialty journals are journals: Genetics in Medicine, Birth Effects Research, Nature Genetics, American Journal of Epidemiology. These are all very good journals, but they have a much narrower readership, and they're going to be cited less often than these ones here with very broad readership. But these are tough to get published in, and you know, I've certainly sent things to JAMA and New England Journal that I thought, and Lancet, and that I thought would have a chance there, and they've been rejected. You know, so the good thing is oftentimes these really good journals will reject quickly. They won't even send it out for review, but then you've just kind of wasted your time. So I try to think carefully. To be honest, I always try to shoot a little bit high. I think, you know, if the paper I think is probably a kind of middle of the road journal, I oftentimes will try for a higher level journal, but I don't want to waste too much time. I want my paper out there so people can read it, and I'm moving on to the next one. So how do you assess a journal scope? Well, you can read what they have in their pages online. So read their web page, but you can see these are pretty broad. JAMA, to promote the science and art of medicine and the betterment of public health. That's pretty broad, right? So New England Journal, our mission is to publish the best research and information at the intersection of biomedical science and clinical practice, and to present this information in understandable, clinically useful formats that inform healthcare practice and improve patient outcomes. Again, pretty darn broad. It does say if you don't have something that has some clinical importance, they're not going to be interested. And then here's Genetics in Medicine, a paper that I'm one of the section editors for. Enhanced knowledge, understanding, and practice of medical genetics and genomics. And then they say through publication of clinical and laboratory genetics and genomics, including ethical, legal, and social issues, as well as public health. So they're saying we're broad, but it better be a genetics topic, and it better be related to medical genetics. So this is one way you can learn about it. What I really use is I try to read that journal's table of contents and go in and look at some of their articles. And I actually, when I'm writing a paper, I don't do this anymore, but I did when I was a young writer, I would actually pick a paper that was similar to what I was writing and use their structure. So I'd say, oh, okay, now methods. You know, the first paper I wrote was a case report. I found a case report. We decided to target the journal Clinical Genetics. I picked a paper from Clinical Genetics that was another case report, and I looked and, okay, what do they include? Well, they include the birth weight, and they include this information. And, you know, so I think that is really helpful. But I think looking at the table of contents and then actually reading some of their articles is the best way to figure out if your paper is going to fit there or not. And then look at your references. So before you're really going to get too far into your writing of a paper, you're going to have done a literature review. Where are the key papers that you're going to cite in the introduction and the discussion of your paper? Where are they published? Because that's a journal that is going to likely be interested in the topic that you're writing about. So, you know, if the first you're writing a paper about very narrow genetic syndrome that's pretty rare, and you look and you see Genetics in Medicine has already published several papers on that syndrome or on a similar syndrome that you're going to be citing in your paper, that is a journal that you should be thinking about. So, and as Dr. Hamosh mentioned before, rejection is part of science, whether it's rejection of your grant or whether it's rejection of papers in the journal. So you you may have chosen a particular journal that you're aiming for, it's very possible that you won't get it published there. And one of the ways that I help myself to sort of move on is before I even submit it to the first one, I know where I'm going to go next. I kind of know, okay, if it doesn't get published here, I'm going to send it here. So it kind of helps to think about that right away. Yeah, you're going to have to change some of the format, but be ready to resubmit, because the quicker you can do that, the quicker your paper will go. So then what is the journal's impact? And this is what you guys were at. I saw some questions about the impact factor. That's really who will cite it. And you want a paper that's going to be cited, because later in your career, not only will you be judged for promotions or for tenure based on your the number of papers you have, but were they cited? Did they make a difference in the scientific literature? And sort of like, you know, if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, did it really fall, or something like that? You know, it's, if you write a paper and no one ever cites it, what did it matter? So that is a really important question. So you're going to want to look at impact factor. So an impact factor, it's a formula. It's a ratio between the number of times the journal was cited and the number of recent citable items published. And this is how it's calculated. It's during the previous 2 years. And this is a company that does it, that publishes the annual impact factors for journals. And when I was a editor-in-chief of a journal, we would wait with, you know, on the edge of our seats, truly, in June, because that's when the latest impact factors were released. This is something that's very interesting, because if for journals that published about COVID-19, because there were so many articles about COVID-19, the general numbers of impact factors have gone up quite a bit. And they've kind of shifted around from what they had before. Journals that published a lot about COVID-19 really bumped their impact factors a lot. So it's important to look. Lots of journals will include this on their website, what their impact factor is. But if you have access in your library, try to find out, is that right? Because sometimes journals will call it something a little different, so they lie about it. So impact factor is important. These are some of the top journal impact factors. You can see cancer. This is really because they publish a paper every year that is very, very highly cited with numbers of cancer. Lancet, New England Journal, and so on. You can see down. Most of us won't be publishing in most of these journals. I think most of the papers that I publish are probably in journals with impact factors between 3 and 10. You know, I published a few papers in Lancet, a few papers in New England Journal, but mostly I'm lower than that. So just because it's lower doesn't mean that it's bad. So one of the other issues to talk about is, and I'm going to focus on this a little bit longer, what is the journal's reputation? Because I don't want any of you publishing in some of these predatory journals. It's bad because we're basically giving money to groups that are basically stealing. They're using your science to make money instead of to serve the scientific world, which is what journals should do. And it also is not good for your resume to have these bad journals listed on it, your CV. So in 2012, this concept came up, and what's happened is in recent years, there's been a huge increase in these predatory journals. This was initially coined by a librarian. He had a list. It was called Beale's List, and things that were predatory journals, and he was librarian, you know, didn't have a lot of money, and then he got sued about it. So his list is now not online anymore. But these are predatory publishers which publish basically counterfeit journals to exploit the open access model, and basically the author pays, and publishers are dishonest and lack transparency. So he had this list. It made it easier to be able to just look at a list. But right now, there really isn't a list that you can look at. So you're going to have to look carefully at the journal. And I'm going to give you some advice about how to do that to make sure it's not a predatory journal. So this group put together, they tried to come up with a definition of predatory publishing. And it took them 12 hours of discussion, 18 questions, and 3 rounds to reach agreement. So you can see that it's not an easy thing to figure out what a predatory journal is, but they are a threat, and they're a threat to science. So this is what they came up with. Predatory journals and publishers are entities that prioritize self-interest at the expense of scholarship and characterized by false or misleading information, deviation from best editorial and publication practices, and that usually means that they don't send things out for peer review. Peer review is really standard, and a lack of transparency and or the use of aggressive and indiscriminate solicitation practices. So, you know, after you've been in the field for a while, you'll start getting these emails. I get several of them every day of, you know, please be our journal editor, please be on our editorial board, please send a paper to our journal. Be really careful about those sorts of things. There are also predatory conferences that will say, you know, please come and talk at our conference. These are things you need to be careful about in your young career. So you can see these different lists have different journals on them, so there isn't any one list to look at. And but they really are characterized by false or misleading information, as I said, deviation from best editorial and publication practices, the lack of transparency, aggressive, indiscriminate solicitation. And I would note that sometimes it's hard to determine whether it's a predatory journal or a journal that just doesn't have enough money and so lacks some quality. NIH has stated that they really want, this is the US NIH, they've stated that they really want people to not publish in these predatory journals. So to protect the credibility of published research, authors are encouraged to publish papers arising from NIH-funded research in reputable journals. So trying to avoid these, and they have given some advice about how to do this. So they want journals that adhere to principles of research integrity and publication ethics. We've already talked about that. So you cite things appropriately, identify journals that follow best practices. That's peer review, and then avoid publishing in journals that don't have a clearly stated and rigorous peer review process. This is where they recommend this think, check, submit. So you know, your supervisor, if you're in a lab that has a supervisor that's written a lot of papers, they'll be able to say, yeah, this is a good journal. I'm on the editorial board for this journal. I know this. You can trust that. But if you're kind of trying to search for a journal, it's really important to get advice from people and to go through this process. And in the United States, the Federal Trade Commission is starting to go after some of these. It has done a lawsuit successfully for $50 million, but it isn't slowing these journals down. They keep publishing more and more of them and getting more scientists fooled by publishing in their crummy journal. So this is the Think, Check, Submit campaign that's been put together by some very high-level groups, thinkchecksubmit.org. And so if you're not familiar with the journal, it's worth going through this process. So this is some of the groups that have agreed to go through this. Some of them are journal editors, publishers. Some of them are this Committee on Publication Ethics, which is very well-respected, Biomed Central. So think, are you submitting your research to a trusted journal? Is it the right journal for your work? So these are some of the questions. There's a checklist, check. And, you know, it's saying, don't just look at a list. None of these lists are perfect. So have you read any articles in the journal before? Is it easy to discover the latest papers in the journal? What is the name, and does it look like they're trying to trick you? Is it similar to another name? Can you cross-check that information with the journal in this ISSN portal? Can you easily contact the publisher? Are they clear about the peer review? They should say what kind of peer review they use in the journal. And sometimes, I'm going to go back to this. Sometimes the journal will guarantee acceptance or a very short peer review time, and you say, oh, that's great. I can get my paper in quickly, and then I can go off and get a job. You need your paper in a respectable journal. People who are looking at hiring you for a job will know the journals, and they'll have concerns if you published in some of these predatory journals. Is it clear what fees will be charged? Some people will talk about, they get their paper accepted and then it says you owe us $6,000. Are there guidelines for authors on the publisher website? Is the publisher a member of the recognized industry initiative, for example, the Council on Publication Ethics or this Directory of Open Access Journals? It's important to look at these, go through the checklist if your supervisor isn't already familiar with the journal. And then if you can answer yes to most or preferably even all of the questions above, you can submit. So I just want to talk a little bit about peer review. I think there's some discussion later on, but peer review is one of the hallmarks of journals that are acceptable to be published in. So if a journal just says we'll publish whatever you send, you don't want your paper there, even as tempting as it might be. So it's a method used by journals to select articles for publication. It's trying to find papers that are of high quality and of greatest relevance to their readers. So I am on the editorial board of 4 different journals, and when I serve as an editor on those journals, I really think about the papers differently depending on which journal it is. One of the journals is really a high level kind of paper, and the other ones are more niche. I'm, for example, birth defects research. It's a very narrow field, and the kinds of papers that come to there, if it's not directly relevant to our readers, it might be a great paper, but I will recommend that they send it someplace else. And then it's forwarded to experts in the field who assess its quality, accuracy, and interest. But peer review is not perfect. And this is the former deputy editor of the New England Journal. There's no study too fragmented, no hypothesis too trivial, no literature citation too biased or too egotistical. Basically, peer review is not great. And it's not perfect, but it's a system we have right now. The big thing is peer review depends on people doing peer review. And so once you get to that point, I hope that you'll review other people's papers as part of the peer review. So it's required by certain indexing databases. If you don't have peer review, you can't get, for example, on PubMed. Most reputable journals have some sort of peer review. It varies by the journal. There's different kinds where the names of the reviewers are hidden by from the author. That's most common. Here's where the reviewer and the author are both. You can't tell if I'm reviewing somebody's paper, I can't tell who the authors are. So maybe then I won't say, oh, well, this author's really good, and I'm going to accept their paper, even though their paper's not that good. And then there is now some open review processes. So what is peer review for? Do I understand it? Do I believe it? And do I care? That's really what it's all about. And there are some advantages. It can pick up some plagiarism. It can pick up redundant research. It decreases the likelihood of low quality research. But, I told you about all the problems earlier with that Andrew Wakefield paper that was peer reviewed. Actually, I think it was sent out, they say, to 7 peer reviewers, and they made it through the peer review process. So it allows the reader to make a judgment about the relative quality and merit of the research. So disadvantages, as I said, sometimes it's the author's reputation. You might say, well, this author's really good. I can't imagine the paper must be good. It delays publication. And these days, oftentimes I'm having to send papers out to 20 different people to get 2 to agree to review. The final decisions are made by the editors. So even if there's 2 great reviews, sometimes the editor will still decide to not publish it. Articles from other countries might be less likely to be published. Peer reviewers might not identify that they have conflicts of interest. So say they're writing a paper on something similar and they don't want yours to get published first. They're unable to identify fraud. If you send something in where you've falsified your figures, it's going to be tough for a peer reviewer to find it. Someone will find it, but it's tough for a peer review. And then there's no grading system about the quality of the peer review. So it's important to send things to a peer review, but just because something went through peer review, it's not enough. So now getting to the last couple things, How much is it going to cost to publish the paper? It is really important to consider that. You don't want to go through all the process of peer review and get your paper accepted and then say, oh my gosh, I don't have the $6,000 to publish that paper. You need to consider that before. And then there are journals that are open access now that are good journals that do cost to get things published online. But make sure that you have funding to do that and make sure that it is a reasonable amount and that you're not being taken advantage of, that it's not predatory. And then what is the time between submission and publication? Again, journals that are really slow, I try to avoid because I work out there sooner. So conclusions, so we have some time for questions. Many factors should be considered when you're determining where to submit your paper. Reputation is an important one, and it really is important to consider reputation. If you're asked to be to submit a paper to a particular journal, if you're asked to be on an editorial board, they're trying to use your name. Be sure that you're going on a good journal, or if you're asked to be an editor of a special issue, or even asked to attend a conference, make sure that this legitimate group that's doing it. And then peer review is far from perfect, and it really depends on scientists volunteering their time. I learn a lot from peer reviewing other people's papers, so I've done it a lot. And then you do get asked to be an associate editor on an editorial board. So I think it's an important thing to do. You learn a lot about writing your papers, and the system depends on it. So I hope you'll consider doing that. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sonja. I'll use the same tool to sort of clump these questions. So really basic question, could you tell our attendees what an impact factor is, and how do you decide the level of impact factor of the journal for your work, and how much should you consider it when you are selecting journals?
Yeah, so an impact factor is that it's done by that clairvariate group. It's something that compares all journals, and journals that don't have impact factors at all, you're going to want to be concerned about, because they are journals that are typically, some of those predatory journals will not have an impact factor, and you need to be concerned about that. So you want to make sure it has an impact factor. What the level of impact factor is going to depend on what kind of paper you're publishing. So if you're publishing, for example, a few years ago, we wanted to say that Zika virus caused birth defects. We were writing this paper about Zika virus and birth defects, and we wanted it in the biggest journal we could get it in. And because we wanted people to see that as that this was well accepted in science. And so we sent it to a New England journal, and it did get accepted there. Then we really wanted a high impact, a really well recognized journal. Most of the work, most of the time when I use impact factor is when I'm sitting down with a student early on. We're starting to write up a paper, and I'll say, let's kind of look at what journals we should think about. And we'll make a list of 5 or 6. Then I usually will look at the impact factors at that point and say, oh, this one's an 8 and this one's a 1. You know, I want something that people are going to read and that they have access to, that it's included in PubMed. So it's not the be all and end all, but I do consider it when I have a list of journals that I'm considering. I do actually ask the student, please look up these different impact factors and let's decide which journal to go to. Now, you don't want to pick something that has such a high impact factor that it won't even go up. You know, ideally, you'd like it to go up for review if possible, because you'll get some good comments even if your paper gets rejected. So it's not the be all and end all, but it is really important. And it is a ratio between the number of times that the papers in that journal are cited versus the divided by the number of citable articles. And journals are very proud of their impact factors. For example, JAMA's used to be 50. Now it's much higher after COVID, but that meant that on average, a paper published in JAMA was cited 50 times. Doesn't mean your paper is going to be cited 50 times. Yours could be cited 100, might be cited once, but it's the kind of on average the number of times it's cited.
Right. So 2 final questions for you before we invite Prof. Ada. First thing is, could you elaborate on how do you know a journal is predatory? And the second question is, later in your career advancement, does the impact factor of the year you published used, or the current impact factor when applying, does it have an impact on your promotion or a new position?
Okay. The predatory journal issue is really hard, and I wish there was just a list we could all go to that would make it so much easier. I think it is going through that that process that the NIH recommends, and saying, you know, is this legitimate journal? This is something that early on, I think you're really going to be dependent on your supervisor. Your supervisor should be able to help you. Your lab head, your mentor should be able to help you. And I think this is something, when you go to conferences, you can talk to people about different journals too. So I think that question is, predatory journals are hard and you need to try to avoid them, but you have a lot of sources of people to talk to about it. So, go through that process that NIH recommends, but also talk to other people. So your second question was, do people look at the impact factor of the journal that you publish in? I think people do. They may not actually compare the journal, but they do look at the reputation of the journal, and they look at the number of times that your paper is cited. So, for example, if a friend of mine has published over 500 papers, and when you look at her list of journals, she's published in New England Journal, JAMA, Lancet, really high, OBGYN, lots of high-level journals. So it's not only the number of papers that she has, but the fact that she's published so much in high-level journals. And really, I don't even need to, after a while, you know which journals have high impact factors and which don't in your field, which ones are predatory and which ones aren't in your field. And so people won't be actually looking at the impact factor, but they'll know whether your paper was in a higher level journal. So
Thank you so much.
It does matter. People probably won't look up the impact factor per se, but it does matter.
Right. Prof. Sonja, thank you so much. Feel free to continue answering questions on the panel. Okay. So I see lots of questions that we didn't have time to cover. Meanwhile, we go back to Prof. Ada Hamosh, talking through how to structure your article. Prof. Ada, over to you.
Let me figure out how to share this correctly. Oops, stop it. My computer's jumping around. Okay, that's the right format, right? And everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so this was really very difficult to prepare. So, interrupt or ask questions, or we'll talk more. And by the way, tomorrow, for instance, my introduction presentation, I think I've got 20 minutes. I don't have 20 minutes to say. So if there's extra questions, we can talk more then. So, okay. So, when you structure your paper, what you need to do is you want to tell a story, okay? People want to read your paper, and people don't like to read hard, cold facts. We're not accountants, we're scientists or physicians or healthcare workers or whatever we all are. And so we want to read a story. We want to be interested in what you have to say. Data belongs in results. Discussion is where you synthesize those results. And the nature of what your story is, how much data you have, what story you need to tell, tells you the content and sequence of your figure panels in your paper and the sequence of figure items, figures and tables. So in this presentation, I have picked a paper, it's not mine, it's a good paper that came out recently that I'm going to give you some examples of. So in the results, each subsection, which, and now this is focused on an original research paper. So it's a big paper, you've got lots of information that you want to share. Each subsection of results in an original research paper often has a subtitle of its own. It should begin with a statement of purpose or a hypothesis or a question, and then you answer that question with the relevant results and a conclusion to that segment. The subsections should be ordered to tell a story or build an argument. So in this paper, which I picked, which is that the gene AMFR, the dysfunction of that gene causes autosomal recessive spastic paraplegia in human that is amenable to statin treatment in a preclinical model. So that's a whole lot of stuff in one paper. This came out in Acta Neuropathologica in April, which is an online journal, came out in April. And this paper came out of the, oh my God, I just blanked on his last name. Professor Barakat's group in the Netherlands. And so this paper not only is defining a new disease gene, they've modeled it, so there's functional evidence, and then they've got a treatment all in one big paper, right? So that's obviously, this is a big original research paper. So they start in the results by talking about that loss of function AMFR variants in 20 individuals with autosomal recessive hereditary spastic paraplegia. That's the title of that section of the results. They've got a table where they've listed all the people, or they listed the phenotypic features of the people and the percentage of individuals affected with each thing, and both as a percentage and as a numerator denominator. And they've shown a figure, and this figure 1 is an entire paper and entire page of this paper, or online. Figure 2 is another entire page. Figure 3 is another entire page. So it's got a lot of panels in it. So in this particular one, for describing the patients, they have pictures of some of the patients. You can see each individual is labeled family 1, individual 1, and that correctly, accurately, exactly corresponds to the pedigree that they show in part B of figure 1. So again, they've carried it through. You can see the segregation in the family. And in panel C, they show the sequencing results, both in a NGS, large scale sequencing, and then in Sanger confirmation. So they follow through, they really build their story nicely. The next section talks about how AMFR encodes a widely expressed, and I'm sorry, I can't even read my own slide because of where this panel is. So let me shrink this panel. Hide the video panel. There we go. No, hide the other panel. Hide the floating meeting controls. Okay. So encodes in a widely expressed E3 ubiquitin ligase, and they show that it's expressed in the fetus and in multiple tissues and later on. Another segment, again, each of these has a subheading, so you can see what they're talking about. So here they've talked about how this gene knockout in neural stem cells shows alterations in lipid metabolism. They show it to you, then they quantitate it in different experiments in different ways. They show the effect on the expression of other genes, and then they show examples with they do both regular microscopy and electron microscopy. So it's a beautiful paper in terms of building the story. Then the last segment they've made, they make a zebra, this is not the last segment, there's still 2 more. They make zebrafish that are lacking this gene, the equivalent in the zebrafish. It shows lipid accumulation, aberrant ER morphology. So you can read from the title, then you go into the details, and you can say, to model this, we generated this. Here's the story about what zebrafish has. Here's how we did the experiment. Here's what we found, okay? Together, and here's their conclusion. And that's by paragraph. So then they said, okay, maybe it has a lipid homeostasis problem. So first we investigated. They're telling a story. Each paragraph sets itself up. This was our question. This is what we did to answer it. This is what the answer is. This is what that means. Here's our next question. So it's really, I mean, we happened to find this really lovely paper, which is why I'm sharing it with you. It's not that the details matter. You're going to write something different, but that's the point of that kind of telling the results in a way that you're telling a story. The supplementary material is a place where you put more evidence and data for which there's insufficient space, and also different presentations that aren't consistent with putting it in a published paper. So for instance, for this big paper, there are 4 videos of neurite outgrowth and the effects of these different variants, and then the effect of correction with this drug that they used. And then they have 6 more big Excel spreadsheets on all their results. In the introduction of a paper, it should be, and we're going into more detail later, but it provides a context and justification for the story you plan to tell. It should highlight questions, controversies, and paradoxes in the field that will be addressed by your study. I did this because of, or we did this because of. You don't have to voice an opinion, and you should not voice an opinion. You should be saying this was the question or the controversy, and this is why we did this study. You might highlight the unique resource approach or method that you used if you've done something different from other people. And usually it does not include any results or conclusion of the study. In this otherwise and still excellent paper, they do. And with the last paragraph that says here, we identified biallelic loss of function in this gene, encoding this protein, and we found it as a cause of hereditary spastic paraplegia, altering protein metabolism, and we found that we could fix it in a zebrafish, making it possibly druggable. So that, if you don't want to tell the rest of the story, if you don't want to read the rest of the paper, it's kind of all right there, and it's probably in the abstract as well, which I'm not showing. I would argue that I personally would not have put it there, because one of the reasons to continue reading is to find out more about what they did and how. And if someone's a lazy reader, putting it all in the intro means they don't necessarily have to read the rest. In the discussion, you should not simply repeat your results. Okay, you should summarize briefly your results and then go into what they mean. So you would want to restate the gaps in the knowledge or controversies that motivated you for the study, and then discuss how the results inform these issues and change the nature of the conversation at this point. You want to synthesize. When our results are considered in total or in combination with XYZ, a novel conclusion or hypothesis emerges. And this is where you put in a beautiful mechanism or pathway figure so that people understand what you're thinking. And then the next papers are going to prove whether your hypothesis for your new mechanism or pathway is true. You want to directly address inconsistencies between your results and those of others. Don't let other people do that in a letter to the editor. Address it up front. Say, we found this, it's different from that, and we think it might be because of this, that, or the other, or we need to, in order to address this previous controversy, we did these additional experiments to show this. And then you refer back to the results of your results section. You want to directly address the limitations of your study. Every study has limitations. They might have sample size limitations. They might have methodology limitations. There's all kinds of limitations. You want to address them up front. If you don't have any if you don't address your limitations, I assure you, your reviewers will, and it also limits the quality of your paper, because you should recognize that there are limitations to the study you've done. If additional research is required, and hopefully there will be, based on your observations from the paper that you're publishing here, you need to say them. And I'll show you an example from this paper. So not that further research is needed. You need to say, because of our limited sample size, expanding this to a larger population is necessary to replicate these results and provide further evidence of their validity. Or, the zebrafish looks good, but we need to see if this is works also in, we've done it in cell models as well, but we need to do it in either a vertebrate model or attempt this in something more human, for example. Discuss the implications of your finding in the broader context of the field. You've looked at this very narrow thing, and now I want to look, but the implications of that is, now we found something that can answer the question for a larger segment. It opens up a different field of a different kind of mechanism of disease pathogenicity that we can now find out whether there's other ways to intervene, etc. So in this particular paper, they put a summary. Here we provide genetic and functional evidence that AMFR dysfunction in humans causes hereditary spastic paraplegia by altering lipid homeostasis, period. Okay, that is their summary of their results. And again, they went on for pages and pages and many big figures. So they're not restating all the results, they're summarizing them. And then they're saying this adds to our understanding of lipid metabolism as playing a role in spastic paraplegias. Here are the other ones that have already been described. And now we don't understand how this happens, but clearly there's something important going on that we need to understand more about. Then they have limitations. One limitation is that the variants were missed on Wes, and probably because exon 1 couldn't be sequenced well, and they explain why. The other is that even though we have lots of evidence that AMFR dysfunction causes HSP in humans and in zebrafish, the mice don't have a problem. Now, is that because we haven't looked at old enough mice? Is there something else going on that's protecting them? We don't know. We have to do more experiments. So again, it's beautiful paper, shows you how to do things. And then they made this gorgeous synthetic mechanism figure, which shows what's going on, why, what they see, what they don't know. You see there's question marks here, and there's question marks elsewhere. And then this is the mechanism maybe that they need to understand. So again, not the specifics are not relevant, but just that they've made a beautiful mechanism figure that then they can structure the next set of experiments. Now I'm shifting completely from this big original research paper to talk about the way you would structure a case series and review of the literature. So in a case series and review of the literature, you're reporting some, 1, 5, however many new patients you've accrued with new or recurrent variants that need to be reported. And you are going to add those to what's already in the published literature, which may be in one previous paper or could be in many previous papers. So usually you make the first table is a table of new and previously published variants. So you're talking about what's the nature and of the kind of variants that are seen. And then you often there's a figure of the variants superimposed on the functional domains of the protein. And if there's any distinctions in the functional phenotypic effects of specific kinds of variants, you highlight that in that figure. So people get an overview of the nature of variation and its effects on the phenotype. Then you would make usually a table that lists the phenotypic features and the status of each patient with a citation. So like often, let's say there's 20 patients, the 2 are from this paper, 5 are from this previous paper, 6 are from the other, and you label your figure to make it clear which paper these other patients come from. And you usually would put a plus, minus, or either not ascertained or leave it blank for where you just don't know about it. So plus for that feature is present, minus for it's absent, and you look for it, it's not there, and NA or blank for I didn't do that. We didn't look for it. We don't know, it wasn't reported. And usually the last column is a tally and a percentage. Figures of faces, hands, feet, imaging such as MRIs, etc., are very helpful in these. And then in this sort of a paper, you would put in what is what this broader analysis teaches us about genotype-phenotype associations, expansion of the phenotypic features of this disorder, differences in longitudinal information about how the disease manifests over time, and other important lessons. Now, in terms of structuring your paper, the journal variability, the materials and methods can be placed in lots of different places. It can be right after the introduction, its own section. Sometimes it's at the end of the paper. Some journals actually have you put your materials and methods in the references, as in, here are the references for my methods, and here are the methods that we did specifically for this paper so that you can replicate the study. And sometimes it's in supplementary materials. If you have different kinds of experiments in the let's try that again, in the supplementary materials, then you must include the materials and methods associated with those results in the supplemental materials. Some papers call abstract summaries. Some also have high-level summaries that are in sort of more lay language and some different figures you can show to take the take-home message of the paper. It's essential that you check the format for references and callouts. And include them in the paper. Obviously, that's not the first thing you're going to do, but you definitely want to get that right in the end. They may be superscript numbers. They may be calling out an author name. The list of references may be in order of appearance. It may be in alphabetical order. Reference styles vary widely. You have to be sure to follow the guidelines, and you're getting a whole separate lecture on that topic. Remember that you're telling a story. Make it interesting, make it something somebody wants to continue to read about. You need to tell the whole truth, but sometimes you might change the structure of the way you did your experiments to keep the reader's interest. So, I've read papers where I'm like, no, they didn't do that first, they did that second, but it tells a better story, and you really want to tell a story. And you want to make sure that all details are present so that the experiments can be replicated. And I'm pretty sure that's my last question. So I always go too slow, and you have plenty of time to ask me questions. Now let me find you guys again. And let me stop sharing. And then we can see what the questions are. Somebody took care of lots of questions.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Prof. Ada. Indeed, Prof. Sonja has been answering lots of questions that were directed to her. I can see a question from Olubayo. Is it advisable to devote the first paragraph of the discussion section to a summary of the findings of the research?
Yes, I mean, that is usually what you do. You have the first paragraph is you don't repeat everything. You say, so, we have shown that, in a brief sentence or maybe a paragraph, depending on the complexity of the paper, how much work you've done. But you saw in that very big paper with unbelievable amounts of work, it was essentially a sentence saying, we have shown that AMFR variants cause hereditary spastic paraplegia that is replicated in the zebrafish and druggable. I mean, it's a sentence for, a lot of work. So yes, you should summarize, but not repeat. Is that distinction clear to everybody? I don't know how else to say it differently, but you do want to summarize, you don't want to repeat. And again, in the discussion, you're busy talking about the implications of your results and specific recommendations for future research and the limitations of before you do the specific recommendations, the limitations of your studies. And all studies have. There is a question that's been living in the questions about ghost authorship.
Mm-hmm.
A ghost author is a person that should be listed as an author and has said for some reason not to be included. In general, that is considered unethical. If somebody was involved in the conceptualization, execution, and review of that paper, reading and writing or reviewing that paper, they should be cited as an author. If there's some reason they've said they don't want to be cited, that needs to be investigated clearly, and the general answer is no, you have to be included. Sonja, if I'm wrong about that, please correct me.
There's a question about how to write a perfect, I'm not sure if there's any perfect, but how to write a literature review.
A literature review in terms of how to write a big review of a topic. So I don't know how to write a perfect one. I have no idea. What I would say is, so when I sit down to write a review, and Dr. Rasmussen has written many more reviews than I have, you take an overview of the topic, you write a really good outline of important things that have to be included. You want some original citations because you don't want to ignore those very important seminal observations, even if they're, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, whatever. But then, and it's also, history is important, and science didn't start with the day you were born, it precedes you. But then you also want good recent, contributions to the field, and also to cite previous reviews that either now we understand more, so this is why they may not be valid anymore, that previous review, or this was really very well done, and I'm going to tell you to go read that paper and focus on some other aspect of the field that hasn't been addressed. But I don't, perfect is a big word. It's not one I use.
All right. I think we'll stop with the questions there. Obviously, the speakers are going to remain if they would like to answer some more questions. We have to hop on to the next session, but before that, I want to take this opportunity to thank profusely Professor Sonja and Prof. Ada. Both of them have been very, very instrumental in making this session happen. And thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for really taking the time to prepare these really vigorous talks and delivering it with such ease and taking all the questions. So we'll have a quick 10-minute break, and then we will have Dr. Rita, who will then moderate the next 4 talks, mainly by Professor Collet Dandara and Prof. Guida Landoure. So you all have a quick 10-minute break before we resume. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, are you listening to me? Does my sound okay?
We can
I
hear
hear
you.
you.
I'm not being able to change the slides. If someone could help me, please. I'm sorry, just waiting. I'm having some technical issues, but I will start right away. Just give me two minutes, please. So I believe now we are good to start. Can you please share the next slide so that I make sure that everything is going all right? Okay, perfect. So without more delays, it's my pleasure to introduce the next professor. It's with a lot of pleasure that I'll introduce Professor Collet Dandara. He is a professor of human genetics, and it's a principal investigator at the Pharmacogenomics and Drug Metabolism Research Group at the University of Cape Town. His research and publications are focused on foundational studies in pharmacogenetics and later pharmacogenomics, and he helped to characterize the genomes of the African populations. His work has laid a firm basis on the understanding of the profile of genetic variants of pharmacogenomics important for African populations. Professor Dandara was nominated and it was awarded with several prestigious prizes. He's vice chair of the African Consortium of Pharmacogenomics. He's member of the African Society of Human Genetics. He serves as a committee member in the International Scientific Advisory Committee for the Human Variant Project. He's member of the Global Genomic Medicine Collaboration Initiative and several others. He's authored more than 140 publications in several international journals with an age index of 26, and he serves on editorial boards of several international journals. Next slide, please. And his session will be during 30 minutes, introducing to us how to establish a tree of arguments. So thank you very much, Professor Collet.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me share my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, they look great. You're not in, yeah, now you're in perfect mode as well. Yep.
Thank you. It's always a great pleasure to talk to the young investigators, the future of science. However, it's also very difficult when you speak after people like Ada Hamosh, people who are also very much admire and follow in the work that they do. So I really appreciate sharing the stage with colleagues like Ada and Guida on this platform, and Professor Sonja. So mine really is to get through to you on the tree of argument. You will see that some of the issues that I will talk about have already might have been spoken about, but in a different way. I really liked the way that Ada was dissecting the manuscript into the various sections and what you must be mindful to look at. So let me see here. My slide is not moving. Okay, so just to reiterate that this is actually a very important workshop, which I hope will provide you with skills and tools to transform your existing data into publishable material, as well as increasing that likelihood of your manuscripts being accepted in scientific journals, and not just scientific journals, but scientific journals of your choice. And now, the area that I'm going to speak about is that you now understand the structure of how you must structure your manuscript. You now have already done the work. When you come to the stage where you're writing a manuscript, you have done the work, you have analyzed the data. Now you want to communicate your data. First, I think when you look at manuscripts, the way they appear, if you Google, you get an interesting manuscript that you want to read, you will see that the layout is in a linear fashion, where I've just left out like authors and affiliations, where you have got your abstract, followed by your introduction, your methods, your results, your discussion, and your conclusion. So this is the what we call the final product that you see in terms of your manuscript. But before I go to how the linear layout then comes into being, it is also important maybe to reiterate some of the points that have been said by previous speakers already, that what are the issues that you are looking at in each of the different sections of your main parts of your scientific manuscripts. That in the introduction, you are trying to put the problem into context to say what is the problem that is interesting you or that you want to solve. And then when you go to the methodology, you are actually then showing us how we are trying now to decipher that problem, to answer the question that you have. And then your results actually show us how you have actually answered the problem. And then in the discussion, you are communicating the message, what it means, the rationale, and in your conclusion, you are looking at what is the contribution of the work that you have done, what does it mean, and what else do you think needs to be done if you think that the problem that you have seen has not been properly ventilated. So that is a very brief and basic summary of a manuscript in the linear layout that we find the manuscripts eventually published. However, we must always bear in mind that the purpose of writing a manuscript is to convey a message. If you don't have a new finding, there's no purpose of writing a manuscript. So when you write that, when you intend to write the manuscript, we hope that we have discovered something. It might be that it's a novel, or it is in a particular section that has not been shown to have those properties or those results before, but it is a new contribution to literature. Also, it must be borne in mind that when you now come to write your manuscript, not everything that you have done will come into the manuscript. You may have carried out many other methods. Some of them will not find themselves in the manuscript because they might not have contributed to the data that you generated, but they contributed to the thinking that went ahead and eventually to the choice of the ultimate method that you used. So it is thus very important to understand now you have got you have completed your study, you have analyzed your data. Where do you start to write your manuscript? So unfortunately, it doesn't take the same formula as the linear manuscript that I've described. When you start writing your manuscript, you actually start from your conclusions and your results. You look back at the analyzed results and you come up with what is the message that your results are telling. So once you have got the message, what we call the global message that you have on your results, from your results, you now go on to say, this is the global message that I have. How is it supported by the individual results that I have generated? Of course, you have already been told how to generate results, how to put them in tables, in various analyses. Now, for example, if we were to say that this is just an off-the-cut example, if you say humidity is associated with increase in disease as your global outcome, we need now, when we go to your results, we want to see the various sets of results that actually support that global message that you are communicating. And then when we look at those results, we want to see how were those results generated? What methodology did you use? So the authenticity of your results will be dependent on the methods that you have used. So acceptance of your results, which also promotes the acceptance of your conclusion, is dependent on the acceptability of the methodology that you have used. So together, your results and your methodology, now, once you have set those, help you now to put into context your outcome, your conclusion, in the form of a discussion now to say, okay, this is what we are ultimately saying people should take home as a global message. But what does where does it stand in the scheme of other issues around the same topic? That is your discussion. And then when when you follow the theory of writing the theory of the argument, the tree of argument, you then actually finalize by writing an introduction, which now supports your conclusion, your results, and your methodology. This is actually very much a reverse of what you do when you are writing your proposal, where your proposal actually you start with the question of what could be the problem. While in writing your manuscript, you are saying you already have a solution there. You now want to see what supports that, the solution that you have. I will use an example from our own work where we set out to find out the reason of poor response to warfarin among African populations. So the problem that we had observed was that there appeared to be a huge variability in the way African patients respond to warfarin. And we were posing a whole lot of questions in terms of what could be the reason for that. And then just to put it into perspective is that when we did the proposal, you see where I'm coming from, is that there were several issues that we could pinpoint, that it could be environmental, it could be dietary, it could be genetic variation, it could be demographic factors, and many others. And you can see now, because of the multitude of possible issues, as we worked on that proposal, several manuscripts were published, each on a particular global theme or message that was contributed that was contributing to the proposal. So when you write a manuscript, you write it in such a way that it will be centering, not cantering on, to be centering on a global message from your findings. Remember, I'm saying your conclusion should now feed into your results and the methods, and then you write your discussion and finally your introduction. So what you should look out for in general is that your global message should be breakable into at least 3 specific main messages that stand on that are supportive of that global message. So I just call them the specific main messages, the SMM. If you don't have 3, or let's say at least 2 other messages that support your global message, you probably don't have enough for a manuscript. So we are saying there's a global message you want, but you can actually tear it down into several breakable small messages that can also stand alone, that can form or inform you to say there's a different method that you can do this to contribute to the global message. If you start to have more than 5 or more small messages around your general method, then it means that your proposal is so big, or your data is such that you can actually break it into more than one manuscript. So you're looking at the themes that are coming out of there and seeing whether you want to squash everything into one manuscript, or you can actually break that into 2. On our case, when we're looking at the reason for the huge variability in warfarin response among African patients, we carried out, for example, a scoping exercise where we wanted to see what is the genetics? I mean, what is because we are interested in genetics. We said, okay, could genetics be one of the reasons? So we looked at whether there were any studies that had looked at the genetics of Africans in terms of warfarin response, and then we found out actually that there was a gap there. We looked at environmental. We saw that there were many other studies that were done on environmental, so we left that aspect. And then, so we focused on the genetics, but in the genetics area, we then also zeroed in on the pharmacogenomics. And we looked at how the pharmacogenomics of warfarin could contribute to respond to warfarin. So I'm going to just use one of our manuscripts, which was on profiling, was titled as Profiling of Warfarin Pharmacokinetics Associated Genetic Variants, showing that among the Black African populations, you see specific variants that inform a particular algorithm that you would need. So you can get that paper on that DOI. So when you look at the manuscript, I'm trying to get rid of the screen there. There's something. Yeah. Okay. When you look at the what we call the tree of argument, there. Remember, I was speaking about the global message. So our interests was looking at let me look at this pointer here. We were looking at the variability in response to warfarin. As our results showed that there's a huge variability in response among Africans, and which we had a poor basis of understanding. However, we could actually break that a global message that we showed into specific messages, which showed that actually you could look at the genetic diversity of African populations, the extent of diversity in African populations, and then you could also look at the differences in the variant profile of African populations and how it affects warfarin. And then you could look at actually the existing algorithms that were used for pharmacogenomics of warfarin in European and Asian populations and how they were not suitable in African population. But what I want to emphasize is that when you've got a global message, you can break it down into specific messages, which each of those specific messages has got arguments that supports it. So we're coming from a conclusion that we know there was poor understanding of the variability here. However, we could actually break it into specific messages that we saw, each of them backed by several arguments. This is the basis of what we call the tree of argument when you're looking at in terms of supporting your conclusions or your outcomes that you have in your in your data. Let me go to the next. So this forms actually the basis for the arguments for, the tree of argument when you formulating or writing a manuscript. And I also want to zero in on the last aspect that I had Professor Hamosh speaking about in terms of the manuscript itself, that when you're writing, regardless of what section you are in, you need to keep your message to be succinct. It must be your message must be well understood, and it must be clearly understood within the existing literature. You need to state your case with confidence. So sometimes we bury the new findings and we forget to form a thread on what we have found and start. What you need to do is that from your conclusion, what you have found, your writing of the manuscript should have a thread which supports that through your results, through your discussion, and through your methodology, and then back to your introduction to say how do you premise your findings as a thread, an ongoing thread. Sometimes we also want to use some of these big words or some of these commonly used words. A paper by Dallas Murphy in Nature in 2018 said, beware of the case of the zombie nouns. We also want to be heard to be using the commonly used nouns like implementation and application. There is also a bit of freedom for you to be very clear in terms of what you are seeking to communicate. You must actually also create a logical framework of your writing. It is crucial to focus your paper on a single broad message which you communicate from the title until the conclusion. Remember, you need to guide the reader to the point at which they are ready to absorb what you did. You want to hook them onto what you have done. We are not saying sell your work. We are saying as you hook them on there, you are pruning those purple processes. Remember, you are trying to convey information. You want to make the writing only as complex as it can be. I mean, early writing in scientific writing was very complex. I think we need to start changing so that our work can be picked up by even lay people if we communicate well. So one of the things that you must do is to really aim for the wider audience when you write. But we are not saying you must color your scientific work. We must say whatever you are saying in your scientific work must be backed by scientific evidence, and must actually be, you can go to the methodology that has produced those results so that it can stand on your conclusions can stand on evidence that is clearly shown from where you have generated the evidence. So that is what I wanted to share with you. I think I would welcome questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Collet. So let's open the question chat. We have some questions regarding of websites or applications that could help us during our research, for example, to correct the manuscript or in the reviewing process. And then we have a question specifically on the tree of arguments. I assume these ones of the applications are a little bit more difficult to address, because usually if those services exist, they require a fee. So you have to pay to use them for example, Grammarly and so on. But I will let you go and try to give some more examples, please.
So let me, the first question, are you saying the websites that help in terms of writing? Is that what?
Yes. Yes. And yeah.
So,
and review. So correcting
yeah.
the manuscript, I would assume it's correcting the English, for example.
I must say, I have not used those because maybe because my training has been steeped in first language English in terms of my writing, but I know students have made use of some of the writing websites. I've not used any myself, I must say. But I think the basic issue in terms of the writing is to make it less complicated as much as possible. And when you send for, let's say, those websites, is to make sure that some of the scientific meaning is not watered down in the way, let's say, the scientific language is then corrected. That's only what I can do. I've not myself used them websites for correction. I would love to hear from others who have. What I can do also is some of the questions on the Q&A, I'll answer them in the chats. Yeah.
Yeah, some participants are already sharing some tools that they use. Just for example, Grammarly and Rightful, because they can correct some of the words and they help to use like a more formal English, for example. But the next question is related to the tree of arguments, and it was made by Daniel Joshua. I'm not sure if I'm understanding correctly, but it's basically, so in the arguments, if you want to, so your specific message, they come from the results, correct? And so how to elaborate, like, how do you elaborate a specific message from your results?
Okay, so it's a very good question. So when you look at, so remember I said a global message, then you've got your specific message, and then you've got your arguments. So what we are saying is we are looking at almost your results. We're saying the global one is, what are you communicating? If we were to say in one sentence, what does your work show? That's the global message. But you can break it down into several aspects. For example, I can say we were looking at variability in warfarin. However, we could show that when we looked at African populations, comparing African populations on their own, we discovered, actually, we showed that they vary in terms of their genetic profiles. So on its own, it's not the complete answer to our global message. However, it starts to show us that the variability that we could be seeing in that could be aligned to the variability that you see in genetic makeup. From there, when we compared also the African populations to non-African populations, we could see differences. Now, when you think about tests that are out there, most of them are based on populations that are not African. So we're building on the same argument, but each one of them required different methodology. So your arguments that are supporting these are now, how did you show that? Are the supportive arguments that you are bringing in?
Exactly. Yeah.
Where is it from your results that shows, that supports that? The moment you are able to support your let's say your specific messages, each of your specific messages which are coming from your global message, you have supported your global messages from your result.
Exactly. Okay. I think it's very clear. And so far we don't have any more questions, but I thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us today. And in case if something comes up in the comments, I will let you know. Thank you so much, Professor Collet.
Thank you.
And now we will move on to the next speaker of today's afternoon. Professor Guida, thank you so much for accepting to be here today. Professor Guida Landoure is an associate professor at the University of Science, Technique and Technology of Bamako in Mali. He was a visiting fellow at the NIH in 2004, and he did his PhD on the University of College in London in 2011, focusing on clinical research and pharmacology, healthcare leadership and management, the basis of epidemiology and ethics. He leads a laboratory at the Faculty of Medicine and Dentistry of Bamako, focusing his research on hereditary neurological disorders. His work has led to the characterization of new clinical entities and to the discovery and characterization of variants and genes in several neurological diseases, both in European and African patients. Many of his results were published in high-level journals. He's one of the few medical genetic teams. His team is one of the few genetical teams in sub-Saharan Africa, and therefore Professor Landoure's laboratory is also interested in studying other rare disorders. Today in this session, he will give a brief presentation on how to construct a good title, abstracts and acknowledgements, and the submitting and reviewing process. We will have time for questions and answers in the meantime between each part of the session. Thank you so much, Professor Guida. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for this nice presentation. So I'm trying to find my presentation. Did you give me the permission to share?
We are taking care of it. Just a second, please.
Yes, Prof, you should be able to share screen.
Trying. Share, okay. Thank you. Do you see the presentation?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. As you said, I will just give some basics of how to write a good title, an abstract, and an acknowledgement, and also submitting and reviewing. So this is the title I have in the presentation. So Samuel said a good title. So if we can say also writing a good title. So we added few words and it can make it more specific. We added other words, you know, good title, good paper title. We can also say writing a good academic paper title. We are getting more and more specific. But, you know, if we try to add more words, writing a good academic paper title for a successful publishing. So it's becoming more confusing. And we say writing a good academic paper title for a successful publishing in a good journal. So, you know, we are kind of losing the message or confusing the readers. And if we say writing a good academic paper title for a successful publishing in a good journal with a high citation rate or high impact rate. So we are, again, this is an example of, you know, what we will be developing now. As you see, using few words, you lose the message, but adding more and more words, you can also get your readers confused. This is really the first thing I struggled with when I went to NIH publishing. So it's really the drama of all, or what is haunting the researchers. These cartoons showing struggling scientists, please cite my paper. It's unfortunate that it's what serves as a measurement for a successful scientist, but should it only be being able to get published or being able to get cited? Because if we take the story of the history of some of the big groundbreaking findings, they were embedded in a very small papers that were later found and developed by subsequent scientists to really know what they have done. But it's the real life of research. So that's why this session was organized to get us, I'm saying us because I intend also to learn more from the public about what we should do for title, abstract, and submission. So the definition of title is a summary of the main idea or ideas of your study. So you use fewest words possible, but still describe the content of your research. So it's the first thing of your article that is seen and that is read by the readers. So you need really to do all you can to draw the audience in your article or your research by making a good title, because it's when you make a good title, they read your title, it's interesting, it's focused, and it's what they want, that they go on to do, to read the abstract and so on. So this is found in the website. You can see that the largest group of readers read the title. And if it's interesting, they go on to read your abstract, and then few of them will read the full article. So you want to make sure that you have a very appealing, good title so that you can get them interested in your work and get yourself cited. Because it is the face of your paper, it's not, doesn't mean that it is the first thing to write. So title, some people make the mistake finding the title before even finishing their work. But it's true that if they give you a topic to develop as a review, the title can come before what you are writing. But if you are reporting your research, it's a new research, it's advisable to finish all you do, abstract, your paper, methods, results, discussion, the abstract, and then write your title. It's the first thing that is used by search engines. So it means that if people want to find your title or your paper, the words you put in your title are determinant for them to find your paper. And that's why even the way you arrange the words on your title is important, because search machines usually use the first words. So if you put your important words at the end of the title, you might not get seen by search engines. It should have enough details to attract interest and curiosity, but it should not be like amusing or hilarious, because people might take you less seriously and then they won't really read your paper or cite you. We have shown that getting them too long can be confusing or misleading, but also getting them too short also can make you lose the key message you are trying to give. There are three types of titles: the descriptive, the declarative, and the interrogative. But in what we do in academic research, the descriptive titles are most used because they are generally preferred because they have the essential element of your study, like they could talk about the study patient and subject, the design, the intervention, the result you got, and so on. And it's really the way to get impartial interpretation of your findings, so that if you describe what you found, it will be up to the readers to get his own point of view of what you have. So the content, it has the contents and the keywords of your article. That's how it increases the visibility and the citation rate of your work. The declarative one conveys the main message of the study. So it is biased by the author, because the author gives his own points, so that it reduces the curiosity of the readers. The interrogative one is really not too much used in research. So it has a research question or a query. It can get more downloaded because sometimes it's sensational, but when people go, more often when they go inside and read your paper, they find it less interesting, and then they do not get interested in your work. And it is also something that people or authors that are uneasy with their findings that usually use this type of title. They can be nominative, nominal, that captures the main theme of the study. It can be as a compound with subtitles that will provide additional information, such as the location, such as the novelty of or the rarity of the data. It can also be a full sentence, so it will be really long and adding some certainty to the title. What can we find in the title? It varies across disciplines. So if you take medicine or social science or biotechnology, people will write their titles differently. It also depends on the journal's scope. For example, if it's a more clinical leaning journal, but you have some genetic data in your findings, so you might think of how you can phrase your title so that it can be catching to your readers. So it also depends on the journal's guideline. So the word limits and or the character limits can also guide how you put the content for your title, and also the audience, the people who will be reading your paper. How can you write a title? So we write a paper to first capture and draw the reader's attention to the research we are trying to publish. If we say the reader, and the reader starts by the editor, so the editor is the first one outside of your team or other collaborators who will first read your paper, and you need to convince him, because he is usually knowledgeable of the field. He is usually an experienced researcher who has published a lot. It's also that's where you state the purpose of the research, the narrative tone of the paper. For example, from your title, people can kind of guess about what you have in your paper, and then also the method you have used. Some people use some acronyms like PICO, title. If you see research or academic papers, you can often find the patient, the intervention, the comparison, and the outcome. Or some people also talk about spicing your title, spiced, standing for like including the setting, the population, the intervention, the condition, the endpoint, and the design. Sometimes you can add the place of the study if you feel it important. For example, if for now that people are really wanting to have or see data from Africa, or data from underprivileged or isolated population, sometimes stating that might get your paper be interesting. What can we do in a title? So I heard Professor Collet Dandara giving some advice. So you need to be simple and direct. It has to be really interesting and informative enough. It has to be specific, accurate, and functional, meaning that essential scientific keywords are embedded in your title. You need to be concise and precise. This is really the two words he has used when I was listening to him, and include also the main theme of the paper. So what do we have to avoid? We should avoid everything that is misleading or misrepresentative. We should avoid too long or too short titles. Avoid whimsical and amusing words, so it gets it really less serious, or it will be taken less seriously. Avoid also non-standard abbreviation and unnecessary acronyms. Don't write in although they say titles can be interrogative, but try not to write your title as a question. Don't also sensationalize your title, because when people go to read the entire paper, they might get disappointed, and even if you have some meaningful data, they might turn it down or turn it back to you if it's the editor, or might not get interested. It's the general readers. And now people are less and less reluctant to accept like novel gene or novel variant, or claiming also to be the first, because you never know the time you are submitting, someone is publishing it somewhere else. These are some examples of titles I found in Toulouse paper. You can see that the first one talking about comparison of pediatric risk mortality 3, pediatric index of mortality 2, and pediatric index of mortality 3 scores in predicting mortality in a pediatric intensive care unit. So I don't have to say, you understand that this is really too long and too confusing. And we also say to avoid like the words like study of, but you can see here that you have an optimal number of words like clinical profile, comorbidity, and health-related quality of life in pediatric patients with allergic rhinitis, asthma. So it has the words, the population, the intervention that is being done. And if you take like this title here, Krabbe's disease clinical profile, this is very short, too short, and doesn't give enough information to know what has been done in the paper. So we can say that title is really the most important element of your paper, the first scene and the most read in your paper. So we need to work more on it, enable to make it attractive and make it interesting, so that not only the editor, but also when published, the readers can get interested. It should be written last, so people tend to write it first. So I maybe people like Collet Dandara or Ambrose Worncombe, who are really experienced, and by the end of their study, they know everything inside it. They can start with the title, but it is advisable to leave the title last, after the main text, and even after the abstract. It should be attractive, concise, and arouse interest among the readers. You should also consider the scope and follow the scope for the journal you intend to where you intend to submit your paper, and also follow the guideline of the journal in question. So this is what I wanted to say about how really to make how to make a good title, a good research paper title. So I'm available if you have questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Guida. So there are some questions in the chat. They will be a little bit challenging because I think it's always difficult to find good titles for other papers that are not your own research, but let's try to tackle the questions. So Rose asked if before one undertakes research, so I assume that when you're writing a project, for example, a grant research, you write a proposal with a title. And she's asking if the title changed at the time of writing a manuscript, and also if the title must indicate both a dependent and independent variable.
Okay, let me read it once more. If one undertakes a research, they write proposal with title. Okay, does title change at the time of writing manuscript? Okay, if you, as we say, if you are writing your manuscript, it means that you have everything you have done, unless, for example, you are not fully done, you have still some experiment going on, and then you make the decision to write up what you already have and leave the additional experiments for another paper or for later. And in that case, I can say that when writing your paper, and then, let's say you have found a variant or a new gene, but you do not have, for example, the functional data in let's say Xenopus or in other animal model or cell models. And by the time you are writing your paper, you are able to get that done. So you can change slightly your title to add the additional component you have. For example, if you had the patient, you had the gene, you had the procedure and the intervention you did, and now you have the functional data. If it changes, like the functions of the gene in, like, let's say down-regulating or gain of function, then you can add that to make it more precise, but not too much words to mislead again people. I guess in that case, but if you are all done with your experiments, if you have all your figures, you have done all the procedures, don't think it makes a sense to change your title unless like the title also, like writing a title also is a process. It's not like you start writing, you finish writing your paper and you write one title. No, you can write the first title, you can improve it for the second title, the third title, and so on until you get a very good title. So writing a title itself is a process. So when writing your, I agree with that, when writing your paper, your manuscript, meaning that you haven't done everything yet, you haven't done your title, you can change it in that way, but not, you know, change your title because something. No, I think this it won't really make sense that way. And must a title indicate both a dependent and independent variable? I don't know what she means here. I'm afraid that I don't have dependent and independent variable. I
It's
don't know.
difficult if you don't understand the
Yeah,
topic
I
of
don't
research.
understand what
That's yeah.
I meant. If is it a must for a title to have a dependent and independent variable? I really don't know what she wants to ask here. So
Maybe Rose, if you can explain a little bit better, and we will address you in the comments. So
yeah.
there are two similar questions that I will give it to you as one because of the time. So for example, if you're working in a topic that is frequently published, for example, COVID-19, how can you make your title unique and distinct from the others? And another question that I think it can also relate a little bit to this is that, for example, if your research comprises two different approaches, for example, an in vitro and an in silico studies, which one do you use to make the title big? What should be the criteria to make it precise?
To comprise two different approaches like in vitro and in silico. Okay. For the first one, I guess in the writing process, like in the writing, in even doing your research, because you do your research because you are trying to fill a gap. So you have done your search, even for COVID-19, you have seen that some data are missing. So you have done your research, you have your data, and then you are filling a gap. If you are not filling a gap, I am afraid that your paper might not get the interest you want, because people will say this is already done. But I assume that if you get to the point of publishing, it's because you think you have an added value to the literature. So it won't be a problem. I didn't, maybe if you go through all the papers that are published for COVID, you likely will see some overlapping data, but maybe in different population. So I don't think what other people have published can influence what you also can do with your data. If you are at the point of publishing, it means that you have something to add to the literature. Otherwise, it's not useful to do it, or it won't get as much interest as you might want or you might need. So if you have in vitro and in silico, which usually make the title big, that okay. If you have in vitro, I think in vitro and in vivo, they both are not like in vivo. So it depends on what you use. In vitro seems stronger than in silico. So your your title doesn't have to stick really with sometimes what you have done. If you think your in silico, in vivo data are really strong and are showing something, that's really what you that's what you will use. But I don't think you will have in vitro data that will contradict in silico, or in silico that will contradict in vivo, and make yourself like comfortable to put both in your paper. So you take the strongest data, and that's what you will show. That's what will be appealing to the readers. I don't know if this is what Ayushi also wanted to.
I think it covers the questions, but we will have to move on. Yeah. There's some new comments, but I think we will get to it after the next session, so we don't run behind on our schedule. Could it be, Professor Guida, that we
Okay.
start with the next session on the abstract and acknowledgements, which is also related then to the title, because the abstract also, it's a combination. Those are at least from my perspective as a student, the first things that catch my eye when I'm reading a new manuscript will be the title, and then the abstract, right, are the first ones that you really want to catch the attention of the reader.
Okay. Abstract. Can you see it?
No, because it's still changing. I think it will need a little bit time. It's still changing the screen.
It looks like it froze. I might do it again.
It froze. Okay.
Maybe stop, share, and reshare.
Stop sharing. Okay. Now share. Can you see it?
Now yes, it's on. Thank you.
Okay. Abstract and acknowledgement. So I really do welcome people getting in and give their own prospect of whatever we say here, because the thing is that there is no like set rule, or no set rules for title, or no set rules for abstract, like that are not moving. So we have some kind of gray region there people can use. We can see like the general guidelines, but usually people go by their experience of putting these things together. Writing, academic writing specifically is really a challenge for everyone. So the students who are here do not have to kind of think that the presenters are really some well experienced and never get rejected, or don't get even criticized by what they have published. It's really a very challenging area where people are still struggling despite the long experience they have, because of many things: the research, the methods people use, the flow of their research, and it also gets complicated when we have different formats to use. For example, the American Psychology Association format, or or the Modern Language Association, but the upper one is the one that is really mostly used. So perfecting research papers, among others, can take hours or days. We can see that people writing their papers, it's not just a few hours or days, it can take sometimes weeks to finish a paper. It is true, Colette was talking about it, or other students have asked about it, that some technological advances has allowed people to kind of use technology to write their abstract or even their paper. As Colette, I have never used them, and I think even if you use them, be aware that you still might need a help from your supervisors or from other colleagues to get really your paper, because you never know what it can, the machine can give you. It is encouraging. This is found in a website that more than 85% of students or master students use books and journals for academic writing. This is really encouraging, meaning that they don't go to other social media to get their references. However, people misbehaving in the undergraduate area is really, this number is really high. 32% admitting to cheating, or admitting to paraphrasing, or taking words from other people, or doing plagiarism without plagiarism, or also admitting to cheating at a test, is really something that is worrisome. Academic writing can be academic or non-academic. Academic writing is really formal and personal, aiming to show data to scholars. It relies heavily on research, factual evidence, and scholars' opinion. It might come in a form of essays, papers, or dissertation. It follows a structure, like the introduction, the hypothesis that is being tested, and also a conclusion. It aims to inform the readers with a non-biased information, with a specific or a tested evidence. In the other hand, non-academic writing is really targeting the general public. The statement given there are really personal. It's looking to impressionate or putting some emotional feeling in the writing. So they can be seen in newspapers, memoir magazine, and others. They are not really focused. They are a general and tend to inform, entertain, or persuade the reader. Whereas the other thing is really focused and discusses a research, leaving to the reader to make his own judgment. They don't usually use references or citation, and they don't have this structure we can see in the other thing. So this table from research.com is giving what we can find in academic writing and the differences in style, audience aims, and so on. The definition of abstract in Latin word is abstractus. It means also drawn away. And if you take that, abstract in research can be something like the takeaway you can get from the research. It's a concise summary of a research paper or the entire thesis you have done. The abstract can be a standalone instead of an excerpt of the paper. It gives the research purpose, the relevance or the importance of the work, and the main outcome. It is a single paragraph of approximately 250 words in length, but that depends on the journal in which or the type of manuscript you are developing, whether it's a short paper or a full article. This number will change. It outlines briefly all parts of the paper. It should be the last thing to write after coming up to the conclusion of your research. So again, with the title, as you said, and if you see here, it is the most read component of the paper. So the second most read component of the paper. So you need really to write your abstract in a way that it can really convey the main message of your full paper without losing some of the parts, but also be outlining the real flow of your research so that people can get interested and go on to reading your full paper. We have two types of abstracts depending on the content. It can be descriptive and or informative. While the descriptive title is the most used in research, the informative abstract is the most used in for the abstract. So it can also be structured or unstructured. So we have to say that structured abstracts are usually the most used in research. Abstracts are important for both the selection and indexing purposes. Selection because a decision for readers to read your whole paper will depend on how you really write your abstract. If your abstract is well written, they will go on and really read the rest of your paper. It is also for an indexing paper. Most academic journals database do their search based on the word content in your abstract. It is also the part with the title, the part of your paper that is usually or even always freely available. So that's why people will tend to read that part only and without accessing the full paper if it's not freely available. So that's why abstract must incorporate really the key terms of your research, so that when they do the search, or when readers do the search for your paper, they can find it. We write abstract for journals, for our research grant, for our thesis, but also for conferences. The format will depend really on the discipline you are in, and also for the journal's guideline. So in any case, all of them follow some kind of guideline. So you have to find the reason for writing. So why it is important, your research, is it important? Why it should interest the larger scientific community? Is it a problem-solving research you are reporting in your abstract? What is the project scope. So your abstract should respond to that question, and the main argument or the thesis you are developing in your paper should appear in your abstract. The methodology you have used to come to the result you have got, and should also be seen in your abstract. The specific data that indicates the results of your project should also be seen in your abstract, and also the implications, like is your research, does your research brings some added knowledge to the topic you are presenting, should be seen in your abstract, and the application also of your findings and their implication for the future research. All these 5 points should be seen in your abstract. Here we have what they call the 4 C's in writing your abstract. To be complete, meaning that you should cover all major parts of your project. To be concise, so you do not really want to use excess wording or unnecessary information in your abstract. You need to be clear so that your abstract is readable. It is also well organized, and do not have too much jargon that will divert or that will mislead the main message you are trying to convince. It should be also cohesive, like all like the parts of your abstract can, like if you go from the introduction to the methodology, to the result and the conclusion, it really is smooth between the parts, so that people can really see that the research covers all the parts that were needed to convey the main message you have there. An abstract can be used to describe the paper, to state the problem or the key issue, to inform on the methodology used, the result you have gotten, and the conclusion you have drawn from your research. It also contains keywords at the end to ease the search for the main message you have, or also indicate on really the topic, the place, or the technology you have used for your research. The structure of the abstract can really differ from journals to another journal, but whether people use structured or non-structured or unstructured abstract is really not the problem, because most journals now, even if they don't use subheadings, they advise you to structure your abstract in a way that it follows some logic, because this is what will lead you to be more elaborate or have an informative abstract that is easy to read. So, but from journal to another journal, the subheading or the subsection might be different, but most of the journals, they use what they call, or they used to call, the IMRAD format, meaning introduction or background. Some people say methods, but sometimes people say patient and methods, the results, and now people use more conclusion than the discussion. We have 4 main sections: the introduction, the methodology, the results, and the conclusion. Sometimes people use also between the introduction and the methodology, the objectives. Talking about the introduction talks about what the problem is, what are the problems the study is trying to solve, what is the main gap of the knowledge that the study is intending to fill, and why the result of this study is important. So that's why answering to the question of what, and that's why the introduction consists often of 2 to 3 sentences summarizing the article. The first sentence carries the core content of the paper. The second one, the background or the context of the issue. And the third one, the significance of the research, meaning that why the research was done and giving the most important message. The second one is the methodology. The methodology, of course, is responding to the question of how the research was carried, how the experiments were done, the patients were enrolled, and so on. So it details the process and the method used to answer what and the why that were stated in the introduction. Usually 3 to 4 sentences are enough to say how the research was designed, the population of study and how they were chosen, setting the study and other variables, the tools and techniques that are used to arrive to the conclusion, and how the findings also were validated. The research is really the climax point of the abstracts. It responds to the main issue or the main question of the study, containing statement of its significance. It should always be written in the past tense, but you should only report data that you generated, and it's not needed or it is avoidable to interpret the data that were gathered. So we have the sections of an abstract. I think we have done this. Okay. So in conclusion, the conclusion is the final section of the abstract. It answers the question of what we say, so what? Okay, you have done your research, you have shown how you have done it, you have gotten data, but what does those data do mean to the topic you have worked on, or the population you have worked on? So this is where comes the interpretation of your results, and also stating the implications for the study subject, or even for the general population. It describes also the meaning for the long-term implication, and also the field in question. It can also contain some recommendations. As you write your conclusion, you have to ask yourself some questions, because you know you don't want to overgeneralize or exaggerate what you are going to say. Is your study applies to other situations? Did the result fill the gap you in knowledge you raised in your introduction? How are your findings similar two or different from related studies. So this answer the questions, the first, I think Arisha or who was asking about COVID-19 being widely studied. So you before you conclude your study, you have to see what is different from what has been done in other studies. If it's not different, so I don't know. You might still report it, but it doesn't get the enthusiasm you want. Would your results lead to another hypothesis? Usually that is the case, because we say research, we don't say search. So we are always prone to ask another question after we are done with the research we are doing. An important part of the abstract are keywords, so they can help index your paper. That's why if you misuse them, or if you do not put keywords in your abstract, your paper might get unnoticed because it cannot be picked up by search engines. So you have to be careful in choosing the keywords you are putting in your abstracts. It has to represent really the content of your paper and be also specific to your research. I don't know. Am I still on time? I didn't check.
We are in the last two minutes, and then we open the discussion.
Okay. So this is a list of tips found also in the paper published that can help people that can help people write a very good research paper abstract. So in summary, we say that to draft the abstract should come at the end of the study, because this is where you can really maintain the accuracy and the conformity with the main text of the paper. If you draft your abstract before finishing your main paper, you might miss messages inside your paper. So it has to be the first thing you do after finishing your main paper. But I do know I sometimes do too, people drafting the abstract before even finishing with their main paper. Several conventions are on the style, but there are some most used ones that are available, and also some tools that people can find in the internet. But in any case, you have to follow the guidelines that are given by the journal in terms of the length, the structure, so that you abide by what they have said. And you have to get it reviewed by supervisor and an internal review committee before submitting. So this should be my acknowledgement. So quickly, it is written in the first person, comes at the bottom of the text before the references. Not all the people who helped can be acknowledged. So it has to be a really important and substantial help to make up the paper. Reviewers and family and friends are not acknowledged in research paper, but they can be acknowledged. Specifically, family and friends can be acknowledged in thesis or other manuscripts. So authors in charge to designate who should, the author or the authors are in charge to designate who should be acknowledged. People who provided direct technical help, for example, they provided antibody or they did some bioinformatics or some statistical analysis that are not enough to make it to authorship or indirect assistance. So affiliated institution, funding bodies, grant numbers, the people who received the funding or and any associated fellowship. But sometimes I do add the patient and their families. So this is what I had to say quickly about abstract.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Guida. It's really an important topic, especially the abstract part, since, as you said, sometimes we do not have the manuscript finished, but we still have to write some abstracts to present our work in conferences. So it's very important to know how to write a good abstract, because it will be fundamental for us to be able to share our results to the public, to the other scientists. So we have not too many questions. So I think we can start. There's a question about, for example, if you have help creating an image or a graphical abstract, if in your opinion this would be in a acknowledgements part, or it should be listed as a co-author.
You know, I think it depends on how important the image you have generated is. So if you say if you have you helped with an image, let's say you have found a mutation in a gene and someone has generated a three-dimensional structure of in silico three-dimensional structure of the protein that shows really something important in terms of the location of the mutation and what it changes in the protein function and so on. Yeah, you can. I think this can really deserve an authorship. About authorship, what I would say people has to be generous but not complacent. You know, you don't want to take people just because you like them, but you don't want also to tend to be too much exclusive to, you know, because it is really not it is not a well set thing that to say, okay, how you weight people's contribution in terms of what you have generated. For example, you might think that the people who generated the image is not, or the figure or the graphical abstract is not so important for the study. It could be that the reviewers can like that image more than what you have generated elsewhere. So let's not be complacent, but let's be really really generous also, but not generous, but you know, not
Fair.
too. Yeah.
So we have another question regarding if we can write the introduction and methodology of an abstract without finishing the results and the discussion. So
yeah, for sure, because the methodology, let's say your methodology comes before the results. So you cannot get a result before.
At least that part is correct. I was saying the methodology, at least that part, even if your results don't match your hypothesis, at least the methodology is there.
Yeah, the methodology is there. Yeah, for sure. The introduction is something, the introduction is what made you do the research, because you found the gap of knowledge, you want to do the work. And then the methodology comes second, to say what you intend to do. So without results, without discussion, you can still write. You must write your introduction and your methodology, because you cannot start your work without thinking about the knowledge gap, about what you want to do and how you want to do it. Even if you start your work without formally putting it in a paper, you have the idea. It's just maybe you did not put it in an abstract format. Someone was asking, should we do like GWAS or whole exome? Yes, we can, because if you see it's still the title.
The question was to use the terms in the title, whether you can still address that part too. So if you would use those acronyms as major techniques, if you would put them in the title.
Yes,
or just
yes,
keep
because
the
because the structure of the title is saying that you put the patient, the intervention, or the methods you have used to come up with your paper. So you can use it. It indicates what you have done to get your results, but it just do not have to be overused.
And I think there's a question here that is, does descriptive and informative abstracts use different tone and tense? And I would assume that the question is regarding, for example, if you're writing an abstract for a review or an original paper, if you change the tone and the tense, if it's a review of the literature, or if it's your own data and your own results that are being published, if you would change the way that you speak about the topics.
You descriptive and informative, yeah, the tone will change, because in the informative way of doing it, as I said in the presentation, it uses a different tone. It's more like you are more giving the data without interpreting it. So the descriptive, while the descriptive abstract, you are trying to put your own tone to it. Whereas if you do it in an informative way, you are being impartial, like you are giving the facts, and the reader or the reader will see how you have done it, the facts you have presented, the research you have presented. Whereas if you are describing it yourself, it's like you are putting your own opinion in the research.
And finally, just so that we are not too much late, but I think this is also a good question. Some journals now, they require, or it's optional to give a graphical abstract. And someone is asking, what are the key concepts to getting a good graphical abstract?
To getting that correct, some journals need graphical abstract too. What are the key concepts to getting that correct? I think if the journal, like I said in writing the abstract, it's true that we talked about the structure, we talked about the content, but at the end of the day, you follow what the journals are asking. So if they ask you a specific structure they want, you have to abide with what they have asked, so that you can get you can follow their guideline and get the review you want. Otherwise, if you want to do the way you want to do it, it won't work with them, and they will still ask you to go back to what they want.
Yes, thank you. So let's go into the last session of today's part of the seminar. So now it's the submitting and reviewing process.
Yes.
And thank you so much, Professor Guida, for having the time to be with us.
My pleasure.
Yeah, it's on. Thank you.
Okay. How do I take this?
Just needs to be in the presentation mode. I think it's on the yeah, exactly.
No, I
Perfect.
still see the chat here. The chat is.
It's sorry.
I'm seeing the
We are
chat
seeing
here.
your screen. No, we are not. I
Okay.
don't think we are
Now,
seeing.
yeah, I was seeing the chat. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Submitting
it's
and
good.
reviewing process. So I think this is really the most often disappointing part of research. You spend 1 year or many years in getting your data, you put them together, you submit, and then you wait for the outcome. So before we talk about the submission, we need to kind of make sure we have all we need to submit. We have generated our very nice title, very attractive and very concise title. We have to make sure with all the co-authors that their names are correct. And specific emphasis here is that if we get it wrong and they also do not check it until the publication is out, it's still true that you can change it, but it will be challenging. Or if you put first name before or after last name, you do not follow what the journal indicated, you can still publish it, your paper, and when you do your search, you might not get your paper back. Plus the affiliation. The affiliations also should be checked. It's good for the institutions because they will be evaluated according to the number of times they are cited or they appear in papers, but also for the author also it's important, and also the contributions for each author. It's true that not all the journals, it's now more and more journals are asking the contribution, but not all journals will ask the contribution. Make sure that you have your main document, the abstract, the keyword, the main text, and the references, and make sure your references follow the journal's guideline. Likewise, the abstract and the text also has the correct number of word limits, and make sure you have the funding information handy, because of multiple institutions, multiple authors, people might be funded by different funding agency for the same work. So make sure you gather all those information for before submission, and put the figures in the correct format, and all the other materials you have, like the title, the supplementary materials. And more people now are asking authors to be to state data availability and also ethical concerns, or to put in the paper some notes regarding how they handled the ethics issues, and also write your nice cover letter. So the cover letter will be the one that will appear before even your manuscript. And also think of reviewers. I really never understood why the journals are asking authors for suggestions for reviewers. Recently, I've been involved in managing one review. So I would advise not to take the reviewers the authors had suggested. So I just don't think why the point if we are not taking the reviewers they are suggesting. So we better choose our own reviewers, or but don't think that if you choose reviewers they will be assigned. So they usually won't be assigned, but if they want you to choose them, please choose them with no conflicting interests. So this is the peer review process. You do your experiments, you find something, you write it, following all the guidelines for the journal in question. You send it to the editor. So you see this pile of paper. Maybe he has hundreds or how many papers waiting to be read, and then either sent to reviewers or sent back to the researcher. It can be sent back to the researcher to add more things or more formats, or it can be sent back to the authors because it was rejected from the editor. So this is really the part I do not like in the submission process, because at least if it goes to the reviewers, you can get their reviews back, and even if it's rejected, you can kind of have an idea about the mistakes you made or what is lacking your paper to be really a good paper. So but in this process we have three outcomes for journal articles. It can be accepted with no changes or very minor revisions. I have to say, I want to be accepted, but I also do not want to not get any even minor revision before acceptance. It looks to me like too good to be true. And often you have to you have to kind of go through those journals to see if really they are peer reviewed, because whatever or however good you write your paper, it should have something to change before they accept it. So it can be revised and resubmit. This is really the most common response you will find. So and this is really what many people expect. It is positive. Sometimes the reviews are really doable, And you can sometimes, with no additional experiment, address the reviews and send back. But sometimes if they have some major concerns about your methodology or about your functional data, they can make you do more experiments before resubmitting. So the worst thing is rejected. Rejected, and as I said, rejected is not too bad if it went through a review from reviewers, so that you can know what went wrong with your research or what went wrong with your writing. So rejection is not something bad, you know. It can just be another learning experience for you. So I have to say that in this month we got 2 rejections already. So, and from January to now, I think we have gotten 3 or 4 rejections. So people do not have to kind of get discouraged because they get a rejection. So this is what can happen if you submit a paper. So, or even after rejection, like, you know, people can be still in denial. They won't recognize what the reviewer has really said. And this is really bad, because if you don't recognize that something went wrong, you might never get it fixed. Resubmit in another journal. They can get angry. This is not a problem, as long as you can, as time goes, settle and then and see what went wrong and then correct it. Some people keep bargaining. So, you know, they might say, oh, we have fixed what the reviewer 2 has said, and please reconsider. Or they can get depressed and try to not do anything about it, or get acceptance. So acceptance meaning that rejection, your paper was not rejected. So if they ask you to revise and resubmit, the first thing you want to do is really to read carefully the comments that were made by the reviewers. So by doing so, often people advise people, if you get some comments, major and minor comments, it's good to wait like 1 day or 2 days before you go through the paper again and or the comments again. And at that time, you will be really in a better mood to accept or see the point they have raised. So you have the revisions are helpful. The revisions are helpful. And if you take them positive, they will always improve your article. I will give the example of one paper we have submitted last year, thinking that it's a disease A, and disease A has a differential diagnosis of disease B. And then when we submitted the paper, one reviewer was like, oh, very good study. I don't have any major comments. I just have few minor things to fix. And the second reviewer gave us a long list of things he wanted we do. And particularly, he wanted an X-ray of the clavicles. Guess what? When we did that radiograph, we found that there was an agenesis of both clavicles. And this changed completely the title of our paper, the content of the paper, because we went on to do the genetic diagnosis of that disease and really found the mutation. So meaning that we were, at first we were angry that he gave us all these things to do, whereas the other reviewer did not even give us a single major comment. So we were thinking that he was too critical. But at the end, he helped improve or get us corrected about the false diagnosis we had. So meaning that, you know, we have to be positive about the reviews, and it gives us also the indication that we should not always try to submit papers to where we think we won't get too much criticized, because we won't have the chance to improve or to learn more from a good reviewer. So, but you can find some contradicting reviews. So reviewer one says this, reviewer two says the other thing. Be aware of that. You can also get more comments or style issues that are really personal. So you have to address them or get a way to kind of not to address them. You can also be confused by some comments of some comments from the reviewer, or you can also feel that, look, the reviewer did not read my paper because what he is saying in the comments is not in the paper or was addressed in the paper. So some misinterpretation of my data, or maybe because he did not read it thoroughly, he is making some comments that are not really talking about the paper I have submitted. So, and also, it's not that because they are reviewers that whatever they say is right. So you are allowed to disagree with them, but in a respectful manner, or be sure that you have the point. So if you get those, what do you do? As I said, read the comments again and again. Get your other collaborators also to read it. Do not be embarrassed or disappointed. Just take it easy, take some distance, and then think about what you can do. Go back and read again, and as I said, in a more constructive way, and also with an open-minded, and decide which of the previous categories of comment each of the comments are falling into. You have to also to draw a list of the feedback, the points you have to address. Identify the most important ones, and those are the ones you really have to address first, and also keep the changes you are doing or the responses you are addressing. Considering the writing style, they will make the comment they will make about your writing style, and this is really aimed to us, we who are not English first language. English is not our first language. We often get frustrated if they say too much grammar or styling issues, so people can get really frustrated. We don't have to get frustrated. It's not our first language, and it just means that we have to correct them or get help from people who are English first language English speakers, or use tools that can fix those. You can get confused, and if you are confused, really talk with the editor to get more sense of what the reviewer is asking, or you can disagree. And if you disagree, don't say you disagree, but talk with other people in your team or lab or somewhere else, experts in the topic you are studying. And if you have contradicting reviews, you have to work on your common sense to try to address those without frustrating the reviews, or if there is some kind of common ground you can lay so that you can address both reviews. But if you can't really address what has been said in the paper, really, or you don't feel yourself like addressing those, you can really move on and submit to another journal. But keep in mind that the reviews they are giving you, if you address them, sometimes you can even get rejected and submit in a more impactful papers. We have seen that people were rejected in maybe 2 or 5 point impact factor, and then you submit, you revise it, you submit to a higher journal, and they take it. It can mean that the impact factor is not really something we should rely on heavily, but it can also show that revisions can improve your paper to give it a better impact. So rejection is disappointing. We all know rejected is disappointing, not just in science, or whenever you say you are rejected, it's not good, disappointing, but it gives you the possibility to rethink, the possibility to prepare again, so that your next try can be successful. Rejected without reviews is what we don't want. But if they give you reviews and they reject, it's always positive. It can be that your data are not good enough, or you have made some very big mistakes in your approach, or just that the journal is not in the scope of the data you have, or you have more clinical data, they want more biotechnology, or you have more biotechnology data, but they want more genetics, or maybe you failed to follow major guidelines of the journal. Sometimes they get really not angry, but they do not like that you submit a paper and they see too many format mistakes, or you did not really follow their guideline. So you can seek an advice from a colleague and really make a decision, either to change journals, or to rework on your data so that you can get up to a good enough data to submit. So academic writing is difficult. You need to take time to write a good and appealing manuscript. We have to be considerate to journals in our area. So when deciding, this topic was given already, we have to be considerate to what kind of data we have, and then choose the journal we want to submit to. To submit really in in a peer-reviewed journals. We don't have to be afraid to really go where we can get criticized and improve our data. We have to be aware of rejections. So rejections are part of our daily exercise, and they improve us, and they show us they humbleness. And but in any case, we don't have to give up in trying to get our research better and try really to get them out for the good of science. So this is what I had to say for the submission and review process. And
So-
yeah, I have to apologize for this last topic, because really I did not take enough time to really go over what is needed to develop this topic.
No worries, because it's a very, well, it's the most difficult part. It's the most challenging part is to answer to the reviewer, and it's difficult to cover all this in such a short time. So thank you, Professor Guida. We have some questions. Some of them are already covered, but I will still ask them anyway. So what do you think are the main criteria to accept or reject a research? And the same person asked, for example, if your paper gets rejected, is it possible to resend the same paper to resend the paper to the same journal again after some modifications?
Okay, we have said the major things to be accepted, as I said, or as we said throughout this session, and tomorrow people will speak about how to generate good data, good research, how to write it. Sometimes we get like writing a paper is like you have your article, not article like paper, but let's say I have this to sell. Like, you should convince the reviewer or the editor first that this is good, and what it can add to the humanity, to the research, and how you have made it. It's a solid, it's waterproof. It's the same. It's the same thing you use with papers. Even if your article is good, but you do not give like the proper language to tell the other people how good it is, it won't be sold, or it won't be sold. So you cannot be rejected, as I said, because it's not the journal. You know, sometimes you aim really high, or sometimes you don't know, it's not the scope of the journal. Sometimes they even tell you it's out there, it's your paper is out of their scope, and that they even suggest that you send it to a sister paper. So you have to work on this. Or sometimes you do not have the good data, so you have to rework. But usually, if a journal rejects your paper, it's advisable not to try again. It's advisable to move on to another journal. So it doesn't make sense to insist, because even if they allow you to do so, you will go again over the same kind of review, and they might even be more critical because you are insisting. So it's advisable really to move on to another journal.
So the next
So-
question, if, for example, this is related to negative results. For example, if your paper contains many non-significant tests, is it considered a sign to reject it? Is it possible to drop some non-significant tests to strengthen the paper? So
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he or she means by non-significant. Non-significant.
I believe it's related to, for example, you expect to have some significant difference, but you don't. So when you analyze the data, you have a non-significant result, and how to deal with them? Do you
Yeah,
hide
I would
them? Do
say
you hide them from?
no. I think if it's not significant, maybe you are having some kind of methodological issues, or the hypothesis you are testing, you are making mistakes. I think it's advisable not to try to hide them, because this is your data. So I think you have first to question your methodology, to question if you are doing patient, to question case and controls, things like that. So I don't think you, yeah, if you have non-significant data, you want to get published, and you need to work on seeing what went wrong.
Exactly. So next
Yeah.
question.
Someone is saying African genetic studies
Exactly.
often give diverse and new insights. Often replication is asked for, but often limited. No resources are able. Yeah, I think it's not even, you know, I don't know if you have followed this story about, this is also the sad part of publishing in the academic area. Look, they have tested a journal, they put together a paper, and they assigned names that are like sounding African names, or names of, and they submitted the paper. It was rejected. The same paper with the same content, they put names that are familiar with, like European names, and then the paper would accept it. So we have to be also aware of those biases. And last year we were submitting a paper together with people from US, and then the collaborator said that he can write to the editor, so that, because if we send it directly saying that it's Malian data, it can get too much criticized. But it's, let's face it, this is also happening. But what you are saying here, replication is a problem. You are right, because we don't have enough African genetic data to kind of test our the frequencies, or to test the people who are doing polygenic risk scores.
And I think it's how to address. I think the question is also how to address the reviewers. If we don't have, for example, if they ask for more experiments, but we do not have the funding to do them, like how do we politely say that we don't have the money to repeat those experiments? Or even if it's not about the money, sometimes it's about the time, right? If it's a long essay, for example, you don't have time to repeat another replicate and publish it, your relevant results.
Yes, it happens. I have to say that it happened to us, that they ask for MRI, but at that time we did not have it available. We responded to say not available, but they took the paper as it was, because it was not a major data they wanted that would change what we have found. Like we have found a variant, genetic variant for a hereditary disorder. Okay, the variant is there, we confirmed it, it's segregated, but what we had for the patient was CT scan, and they wanted MRI for the patient. And then we said that we don't have it available, and they accepted the paper. It depends on how different the data will look if you are missing what they are asking. If it changes a lot, the content of the paper, then I think, you know, they will be right to turn back your paper, because you could not replicate, you could not confirm your finding. So, you know, I will just say sorry. You know, you did not give enough proof to sustain your data.
I'm just checking the next questions. Someone says that everyone gets rejected, but the main thing is try to incorporate the comments and enhance the paper to the journal if necessary. And it says, from my experience initially selecting 3 journals is good, which are more related to the study. So this is more of a comment. So
Yeah.
Selecting 3 journals, and then if one gets rejected, go to the second one, and so on.
Yeah, you have to get your plan A, your plan B, your plan C. But I guess, you know, I tell that to my fellows or my students, whenever they put a paper together, they come with some, I know some of them are maybe following this session. They come with their propositions, their journal suggestions. You know, I often tell them, do you think this is the one, you know, where you want to submit this? Sometimes you get the feeling of really the field, like which kind of journal will take this paper. And it's just that people want to aim high, you know, or they are not sometimes really, they are not sometimes practical with what they have underhand, and they want to go higher. But, you know, if you know what you have, you know the value of your data, usually if you submit to the right journal, at least you will get reviews. But like if you forget,
sorry, continue, finish.
Yeah, if you forget that and you want really to get higher impact publication, then you might get really several rejections before you, what we call here, before you land back and to think more next time how you where you should send your papers.
I was just adding to the discussion that sometimes when you're not sure of where to submit your journal, sometimes you can do a pre-submission inquiry, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to just briefly go over it, just for the students to know about it.
Yeah, and Kudus, our student is asking, how do we know it is the right journal? I think there are softwares now, or, you know, there are websites that can help with that. Like you put your title or you put what you have, and then they will select few journals that they will suggest to you, and then it's to you now to you know, to choose one and send to. Yeah, usually if you spend some sometimes in the field, you know, like you know, like you will have your pool of journals where you submit your data. If you follow people, you will see that there are people, they tend to submit to this kind of journals. Like you can even select the 10 or, you know, the 10 journals they publish in more.
Yeah, and I think that covers it. We're already a little bit over time. Thank you, Professor Guida. In case you have some question that was not answered, or if you think about any question that you still want to make, tomorrow we will have the continuation of this webinar, so we can get back to them. I'm just going to ask Wilson if he can share the final slides for today. Once again, thank you so much for Professor Guida to do this afternoon on how really what are the things that we have to keep in mind to try to do our best when we want to share our story on our data and our results. And thank you also to the previous speakers, because I think it was a really very important session, and I hope that now we all feel a little bit more confident on how to start writing our data. I'm trying to share the slides if I can, just to go over to tomorrow what we will have. I hope you can still see my screen now. So tomorrow we will have again Professor Sonja and Professor Ada going through some of the topics that are still not covered regarding the introduction, how to write the materials and methods, and the discussion. And then on the second part of this of tomorrow's, we will have Professor Susanna going through how to share our results, strategies to communicate data visually, and presenting results as a data story. And we will end our webinar with Dr. Vicky to share with us how can we use some referencing tools. I would like to remember you that there's a certificate that will be given for those that attend the two sessions, both days of this webinar. And don't forget that we are working on a second part of this writing webinar series that will be a more practical part, in which the students will actually have the opportunity to get their hands dirty and work on a hands-on parts. And this will require to write a manuscript draft that will cover the different sessions that we are presenting during this webinar. So thank you all for your presence, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you all the speakers for their wonderful work. See you all tomorrow.